Hello there, and welcome back to Aquaplay's Dragon Age Inquisition. Alright, enough messing around in the hinterlands. It's time for us to finally... Oh.
Oh, can you now?
Fine, forget I said anything. You Ferelden's growling at everyone but your dogs.
No, go ahead. Who knows? Maybe some fancy noble riding might save my life if a scouting ride goes wrong. And maybe I'll show you a few tricks as well.
Yep. Just shut up and stop being so, abrasive, dude. But yeah, it's about time for us to finally be heading into, confronting this Mage Templar conflict, yeah, again, and actually working toward a solution to the breach, so, yeah, we're gonna be heading into Inhush Whispers here, and saving the mages from the Tevinter nonsense, but I guess before we leave,
You actually are a good rider under all that fog.
Thank you. Kindly.
You still belong up with the nobles, but I'm glad you stayed down here in the dirt with those peasants.
I had the most selfish of reasons for it, honestly.
Oh.
The Inquisition scouts are getting all of Master Dennett's best horses.
Arse.
Oh, I thought he was gonna say that he had an eye for her, maybe, but maybe it's not gonna go quite that direction. But anyways, I figure before we head off, though, let's have one last chat with all of our companions here.
At your service.
Let's talk about you.
I want to hear more about you.
Compared to yours, my life will seem dull indeed.
Yeah, because I think once we go through Inhush Whispers, it's probably gonna be pretty quickly moving along to sealing the breach, and then to Haven getting fucked up and everything, so I guess let's enjoy the calm before the storm for a minute here and just chat up everyone. My life will seem dull indeed. Where are you from?
Your name, Blackwall, doesn't sound Orlesian. Marcher, then. Ferelden.
I was from the Free Marchers originally. Markham. That was a long time ago. Another life.
So you have a past.
I hear that many wardens were once criminals.
You're right. When you join, your past is forgotten, so let's leave it that way.
You weren't always a warden.
What did you do before you became a warden?
I was a soldier, a nobody trained to wield a sword and follow orders. I grew weary of fighting other men's wars.
So you became a warden?
More or less. Becoming a Grey Warden was the first time I felt like I mattered. The life I led before seems hollow in comparison. Perhaps one day it will fade away.
And why'd you become a warden?
Why did you join?
I mean, you kind of just answered that a little bit, didn't you?
They remember honor and sacrifice. Words that have little meaning to the rest of us. Because they lay down their lives for those they have sworn to protect. We all need to believe there are such men in the world. I needed to believe I could be one of them.
Alright.
We can continue this discussion at another time.
Very well.
Thanks for opening up a little bit, even though not really, technically. Technically. But we'll get to that in time. In due time. Hey, Iron Mole.
Can I help you?
So if I... Hold on.
See ya.
Do I have to click on them? If I go up to... Okay, so if I go up to him... Yeah, I do have to click, and it automatically takes me into the... Yeah, so there's just no way to see his face, yeah. Tell me of the Ben Hasrath.
I'd like to know more about your work with the Ben Hasrath.
Ben Hasrath is actually a general term. You've got the secret police who investigate problems inside our territory. You've got the re-educators who take people with problems and fix their minds. Or make them disappear. And then you've got the spies.
Re-educators?
How do the re-educators work?
I only know the basics. Wasn't my area. That said, keep a man awake long enough. Ask the right questions, give the right potions, and you can get him to say anything. You don't need blood magic or demons to change someone's mind. We're a lot more fragile than we'd like to believe.
Is it really that easy?
You can alter someone's beliefs that easily.
One of my friends was a re-educator. He said that every memory is like the page of a book. When you examine a memory, you're turning to that page, and when you're there, the page is laid bare. Write a few notes in the margins of the page, erase a word here and there, and your whole outlook changes. Always felt a little weird reading after that conversation.
Well, I'm not gonna say that's revolting, even though Mintriel definitely is kind of comfortable with the idea of that. She still kind of, remains open-minded enough to where she's not gonna, like, outright be like, that's revolting and be super until off the bat, especially not knowing further details, right? Maybe the exact situations that they use it and everything. I mean, in general, she's probably against it, but, she's not gonna go out there immediately with judgments. So, your job is spying.
And you're a spy.
Close. I am now, I suppose. But that's not how I started. They sent me to Saharan because they needed someone who could fight and hunt down problems. That whole island was a sack of cats. Incursions from Tevinter, Tal-Vashath, and native rebels fighting both sides. And in the middle, me, trying to wrangle the rebels and restore order.
Sounds difficult.
I can't imagine that was easy.
Nope. I hunted down a lot of rebels. Lost a lot of friends to the Vince, or the Fog Warriors, or the Tal-Vashath. One day I woke up and couldn't think of a damned reason to keep doing my job. Turned myself into the re-educators.
Even knowing what they did?
You'd heard what the re-educators did to their prisoners.
Yes, I had. I wanted them to fix me like they fixed them. The Ben Hassarth ordered me to go to Orlais, ostensibly as a Tal-Vashath, and work undercover. That's how I ended up here.
Interesting story.
Thanks for the information, Bull.
No problem, boss. Anyway, nice talking with you.
Interesting. Hey, Cassandra, how are you doing?
Yes?
Tell me about yourself.
I have some more questions.
Why am I not surprised?
What happened to your brother?
Tell me about your brother.
I would prefer not to speak of Anthony. Another time, perhaps.
Alright.
I'll let you get back to work.
Once we maybe progress a little more in the quest, get a little more approval up with you, maybe we can talk about that. Hey, Cole, anything left to chat about you with? Tell me about yourself.
I should get to know you better. We are working together after all.
What would you like to know?
All right. Where are you from?
What in the world? What is this?
I grew up in
What the heck was that?
I was transferred to Kirkwall shortly after the Blight. This is the first I've returned in almost 10 years.
What in the world was that popped up in the middle of that? That seemed like a weird bug. Okay, Barracks from Kirkwall.
Varrick's from Kirkwall. Did you two know each other?
I knew he was friends with the champion of Kirkwall, but little else. We've spoken more since I joined the Inquisition, largely at Varrick's insistence. Apparently, I spent too much time with a serious expression on my face, and it's bad for my health.
You were away a long time.
You haven't seen Ferelden in 10 years. Are you glad to be back?
I was not sorry to leave at the time. I did not expect to return. Now, between the Divine's murder and the breach, I've arrived to find nothing but chaos.
Tell me about the Blight.
You were in Ferelden during the Blight. Did you fight Darkspawn?
No. I was stationed at Ferelden's Circle Tower. The Circle had troubles of its own. I remained there during the Blight.
What happened at the Circle?
What happened at the Circle Tower?
Few who survived the Blight have fond memories of that time. I would prefer not to speak of it.
Alright, we don't need to get into that now. Tell me about Kirkwall.
What was Kirkwall like?
While I was there, Canary occupied and then attacked the city. The Viscount's murder caused political unrest. Relations between mages and Templars fell apart. An apostate blew up the Chantry, and the Knight Commander went mad. Other than that, it was fine.
Oh, right then. Yeah, I guess a lot did happen while you were there in Kirkwall. Tell me about the rebellion.
What happened between Kirkwall's mages and Templars?
You were in the Conclave. You must have heard people speak of it.
Yes, but you were there.
There was tension between mages and Templars long before I arrived. Eventually, it reached a breaking point. There was fighting in the streets. Abominations began killing both sides. It was a nightmare.
How did it end?
What happened then?
The Templars should have restored order. Red Lyrium had driven Knight Commander Meredith mad. She threatened to kill Kirkwall's champion, turned on her own men. I'm not sure how far she would have gone. Too far.
So you opposed her?
I stood with the champion against her, in the end. I should have seen through Meredith sooner.
Well, that's all for now.
I'll let you return to your work.
I'm sure you have other matters to attend.
Yep. Other people to talk to, always, always. Oh, and I have some stuff to grab over here. Amulet of Critical Chain. Every time the wearer of this amulet doesn't land a critical hit, her critical hit chance increases slightly. Interesting. Warrior or mage only, though. I cannot use it. Okay, that seems like it'd be good for Iron Bull, because he's got a lot of critical related stuff, so we'll give that to you, Iron Bull. Elf fruit. Yes, I do need elf fruit very badly. What's in here? Anything? No. I will take some elf fruit, though. Why does it keep completing a quest? Very annoying. I guess it must be something where I need elf fruit for it, and it, like, I keep not turning it in or something.
Good luck sealing
I don't know.
those
That was really weird, though, that thing that popped up in the middle of... I don't know how that happened. Elf fruit. I will need some potions here going into Redcliffe. Hey, Varric. I don't think I have anything else to talk with you yet. Tell me about Red Lyrium.
I want to know more about Red Lyrium.
I'll tell you what I can.
Nope.
I think that's enough on Red Lyrium.
Yeah, not really my favorite subject.
Have we already talked to you about Hawk?
I read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
Where are Hawk's friends?
Where are the rest of Hawk's associates now?
Meryl decided to look after the elves left homeless by the fighting. She's done a pretty good job of keeping them away from the mages and Templars, so far. I guess she has plenty of practice avoiding stupid human battles with her old Dalish clan. Fenris has kept himself busy, hunting down the Tevinter slavers who came south to prey on the refugees. I'm not sure exactly where he is at the moment. You can usually follow the trail of corpses, though. Isabella went back to the raiders. She's calling herself an admiral now. I don't know if she's actually in charge or just has a really big hat. Might be the same thing, honestly. Sebastian went back to Starkhaven. I'm sure he's boring all sorts of people there. Hawk's little brother was off on some warden business near the Anderfell's border last I knew. Aveline is still guard captain. I'm pretty sure Kirkwall would fall into the sea if she quit her job.
Alright,
Need something?
let me talk some more about it.
I read your Tale of the Champion, and I have a few questions.
That's a pretty common reaction. Go ahead.
What happened to Anders?
What happened to the mage who destroyed the Kirkwall Chantry? The book never said.
He fled Kirkwall with the mages from the Circle. Stayed with them a while, but he had to move on. Somehow a lot of mages blamed him for making them live as fugitives. I don't know where he is now, and I don't want to know.
Yeah, makes sense. Orsino's fight made no sense.
In the book, you say that first Enchanter Orsino turned himself into a giant monster made of corpses. How? Why?
Do I look like an expert on magical weirdness to you? Well, I can't tell you how. For the why, all I can say is he was desperate.
I'm not gonna say you made up the Aeroshock fight.
Carry on.
For that matter, why would we be arguing that? Kyrix didn't do a duel, right? Yeah, Kyrix didn't duel him. They just... Yeah, we didn't do the stupid duel, we just straight up attacked him, so... Yeah. I don't know why we would say that he made that up. Who's this? Oh yeah, Leona.
One life, one death. There is but one.
Alright, let's go see Sarah.
I met Warden Black. To be a good man?
He'll be an asset if we have to fight Darkspawn, at least.
Don't be a fool. Grey Wardens can kill anything that crawls, walks, or flies. The rest of you surfacers should take lessons.
Yeah, if you actually was a warden, that would help, but, you know.
Job. A big, armored, pissed-off helm polisher. Not too late to go find some. Or stay home.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get the mages, huh? You want to get the Templars. But we're gonna get the mages. Tell me about your friends.
You apparently have a lot of friends. Tell me about your network.
It's not mine, right? I mean, it is, but it's also everyone. Everyone who wants to shove it to nobles who hide behind gold and silk. And hats, I guess.
What does your group do?
Are you just about pranks and revenge, or is there more to it?
Well, it's a weave, right? I grease the ballroom, so a wyvern chasing Git has to hunt a sprained. Strangely, handmaids leave his vault open. His heirlooms pay off someone else. Maybe clean streets in Kirkwall so someone gets something else. Pish, pish, pish. A lot of people eventually get help or a laugh. Or maybe someone dead, if they deserve it.
Good to know.
I'm glad I met you before someone decided what I deserved.
You're no hateful ass so far. I'd just get you with a pie or something. Anyway, assassin's a bard's job, innit? No fun, that lot. They might plonk a noble, right? But only to raise another. Plus, I'm shy at singing.
Was there ever Red Jenny?
Is Red Jenny real? Or was she always just you and your friends?
Dunno.
Don't you care?
Not if it works. I mean, Red is scary because blood. And Jenny is... Look, nobody fears the bunch of people who do random stuff. And besides, it's easy. Nobles want a bogeyman because they need to believe normal people can't get at them. Numbers, right? It don't have to be so complicated.
Do you share the blame, too?
Doesn't this mean people think you're guilty of more than you actually do?
Suppose. Does it matter?
Shouldn't it?
Important people kill over imagined insults. I've made more than enough real ones, so no. I don't suppose it does.
I expected people from you.
Where are the people you promised?
If I knew, there wouldn't be much use. That's sort of the point. Look, unless your baddies are rocks or trees, they have people they use. Cooks, squires, wipers. Yeah, I know, wipers, right? You better believe the one with wipers deserve it, right in the... Well, anyway, the little people will be there when you need them, in a million little ways.
So it's strength in numbers.
So lots of little contributions add up in the background, like snowflakes that snap a branch.
What? Sure. Like snow, I guess. Anyway, it just works, most of the time. Friend of a friend and little hints. Mind you, you still have to be smart. Don't bet your life unless you're into that. To be clear, I'm not into that.
Gotcha. Though, when it comes to saving the world, hopefully you'll change your mind a little bit. But anyways, well, as long as it works.
I can play along if it works for you.
You have a choice. Hail the Inquisition.
Well, that's all for now.
We'll talk another time.
It's all good, innit?
Yep, that's all good.
And how much did you need?
Alright. Hey, Solus. I don't know if there's anything left for us to talk about. I think we're pretty much done for now. Yep.
We'll talk later.
Just saying hello in passing then, I guess. While I go deal with some potions. I don't think I have anything I can upgrade at all still. I still don't have Dawn Lotus or anything, so whatever. Let's just equip what we can. We only have 8 elf fruit though, so how much does it cost to do something else? Maybe we'll go off the regen potions for now because we're so low on elf fruit, and we'll go for something else. Let's see. It costs like Blood Lotus for other stuff, so we could do that. Which one do we want though? Jar of Bees. Summons a swarm of bees at the target location for 30 seconds. The swarm attacks the first enemy that comes near it for 163 damage per second for 15 seconds. Target affected by the swarm has a 10% chance every second to become panicked. Or there's Pitch Grenade. Coats the target location with pitch, which remains for 60 seconds, slowing enemies that enter it. Or Tevinter Fire. Spreads sticky fire at the target location, causing 46 burning damage every second to enemies inside the fire. Fire remains for 30 seconds. Okay. And then Lyrium Potion. Obviously I can't use that, but that takes elf fruit too, man. That's kind of annoying. Okay, which one? So I can either do Sticky Fire, which can go to like multiple enemies, a Pitch Grenade, slowing enemies, or I can do Jar of Bees, which does a lot of damage to a single enemy. I think I'll try the Jar of Bees. And then, I guess who am I going to take with me to in Hush Whispers? Obviously, I think Dorian will end up joining our party in the course of things, but aside from that, I think I'm going to take Cassandra. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll take Cassandra because she's kind of, you know, still sort of head of the Inquisition, so it kind of makes sense for her to be involved in the main stuff right now, so yeah. And then take Solus, because magical stuff and everything, yeah. So I guess he's already full up on regen potions, so we'll just leave him with that. And then I'm thinking maybe we'll take Vivian too, and then maybe swap her out for Dorian or whatever, because she's kind of involved with the whole Mage Templar stuff a little bit more closely, so kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll do. So I guess I will just be with Jar Bees, and then everyone else is kind of okay with what they've got right now. Okay.
Perhaps another time.
Yep. Thank you for the grenades. Alright, Liliana, anything to discuss with you? I think we've pretty much exhausted most stuff with you by now. You are well connected.
You seem to know a great many people.
I have made friends, and on occasion enemies. It's unavoidable.
You met the hero of Fereld?
You have a history with the warden who entered the Blight, don't you?
I count her among my closest friends. She's probably the only person I trust completely. I haven't heard from her in some time. She just disappeared. I try not to think about what might have happened.
It'd be kind of bad, too, for her to have disappeared, considering she's also the queen of Ferelden, so hopefully someone will get on that. Did you know Hawk?
They say you spent some time in Lothering. Did you know the champion?
We spoke a few times. I seldom left the Chantry, and we never became more than casual acquaintances. I saw more of the Hawk twins. Bethany in particular. She would spend time in meditation at the Chantry, and she seemed to like my stories. The other one, the young man, he was a little surly. I did encounter the champion again later in Kirkwall. Those were terrible times.
Why were they terrible?
Was this when the Chantry was destroyed?
No, that happened later. But even then, the news coming out of Kirkwall was disheartening. There were some in Val Rayeau who wanted the Divine to declare an exalted march on Kirkwall. Justina sent me there to see if that could be avoided, to gather evidence to calm those agitating for war. I guess it didn't matter in the end.
Alright, we'll talk later.
We can continue this conversation later.
You know where I am?
Indeed I do. Okay,
That mercenary band that joined the Inquisition, the Bullclippers, they've got a healer of their own. He showed me some tricks. Got a demon claw wound to stop festering faster than I'd ever seen.
I've heard good things about the Chargers. Polite and respectful they are.
Everyone's respectful around us. Never know when they might need their guts shoved back in.
True, very, very true, but still nice to hear the Chargers are getting on well with everyone.
You had granted them power over the very fade.
Vivian.
I don't know if Apothecary Adon can get you that many healing drafts, revered mother.
If he cannot, then he may simply tell me no.
Yes, revered mother.
And if he does wish to tell me no, I would appreciate him doing so in person.
Yes, revered mother.
Wrong door, next door.
Cedric should have that for you soon.
Okay, Josephine.
What may I do for you?
What are your duties?
What exactly does your job entail?
I meet with ambassadors from various factions and countries and cement alliances with them. We are a young cause. Diplomacy is essential to our credibility.
So you're a representative?
Then you speak for the Inquisition with these nobles.
I do. Someone must foster goodwill on our behalf, as well as prevent controversy as news of us spreads.
Are we that controversial?
How heavily are our actions scrutinized?
Make no mistake, every noble house, every throne is waiting to see what the Inquisition does next. Many are willing to pledge support, if offers are made in just the right fashion. I intend to see that they are.
Right, well, anything to report?
What do the people make of us?
Despite our fame, we're low on steadfast allies. We must aim for more.
What about our allies?
Any thoughts on the people here?
Who did you mean?
Let's talk about our warriors. Blackwall.
What do you think of Sir Blackwall?
Sir Blackwall seems as loyal to the purpose of the Inquisition as he is to the Wardens. His travels must have taken him strange places. I wish he'd speak more about them.
What about the Iron Bull?
The Iron Bull has had to have made an impression.
He is a loud, unapologetic accident merely waiting to happen. I do wish he'd stop daring poor dignitaries to outdrink him.
What about Cullen?
Commander Cullen came to mind.
The commander is an intelligent, cautious man. I'm grateful he's in charge of our standing army. Still, he does sometimes resemble the man with a hammer to whom everything appears as a nail.
Very true. Cassandra.
I was thinking of Cassandra.
Seeker Pentagast is a princess of the Kingdom of Nevada, although that barely seems important to her. She was not interested when I asked if we might make use of her royal relations. Still, the Inquisition would not have formed without Cassandra. She's an extraordinarily driven woman.
What about Vivian?
What do you think of Vivienne?
We've met a few times before at court. She remains a truly accomplished player of the game. So long as her interests align with yours, Madame Vivienne will be a most valuable ally.
And Solus?
What's your impression of Solus?
I suppose I should be wary of an apostate, but our elven mage has conducted himself with the utmost propriety. And he has the most fascinating stories.
Yes, Mintriel has heard many of those stories herself, and is very fascinated for sure. What about Vedic?
I was thinking of Varric.
Oh, I could listen to his tales for hours. He actually let me read a chapter of his next book he's writing. My friends would be sick with envy if they knew. It's excellent, but a bit different from his past works. Only 3 beheadings so far.
What's Sarah?
I'd love to know how you and Sarah get along.
I know she extracts gossip from the servants, and she keeps prying into things. Sarah's ability to vanish whenever her mischief's discovered must come in handy, however, I'm sure.
Well, goodbye for now.
Let's speak later.
Another time.
Okay, where is Vivian again? Over here? No. Vivian.
the Maker.
Where are you hiding again? Here you are.
As the moth sees light and goes toward flame.
Tell me about the circle.
I wanted to ask you about the Circle of Magi.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
What was circle life like?
What was it like to live in a circle?
My dear, your question is the root of all problems with mages. I cannot tell you. Every circle was different. Their Templars were different, their politics unique. And every person within each tower had an experience of circle life unique to themselves. Some people suffered and some were content. Some were cruel, some compassionate, and some indifferent. The same is true of people everywhere, in all circumstances, whether they are mages or not.
What about your experience?
So tell me about your personal experience with the Circle.
I enjoyed life in the Montsimard Circle, my dear. It was an edifice devoted to knowledge and refinement. And mages need the company of other mages. No one else can truly understand the challenges we face, nor see the world as we do.
Was confinement hard?
You must have been under constant supervision, being forced by Templars to live in the tower. Was that hard to endure?
My dear, I have a suite in the palace and a wing at my dear Duke Bastien's estate. I've never been forced to live anywhere. Most circles allowed mages to live away from the tower, either on their own or in service to the nobility. All that was required was permission from the first enchanter. Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Kirkwall was the worst, but it was the exception. Most were quite permissive. Perhaps too permissive, in retrospect.
Wasn't the circle disbanded?
If the Circle disbanded, how can you still belong to it?
The Circle is an idea, my dear, and an idea cannot be dissolved. Many of the first enchanters voted for rebellion, caring little that anything short of a unanimous decision would pit mage against mage. Rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the Circle in two. The rebels follow her, the loyalists follow me.
Shouldn't you replace Fiona?
If you led all the loyalists, why are you only First Enchanter and not Grand Enchanter?
Grand Enchanters are elected, and since there are no First Enchanters besides myself, no vote can be held. I could name myself Grand Enchanter, but the title holds no meaning now. When the circles are restored, that will change.
How did the rebellion start?
How did we come to this state with the circles in revolt?
A failure of perspective that infected Circle leadership. Mages lived solely in a world of Templars and mages. They could not even imagine what was beyond the tower walls. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its fear of magic. A mage killed hundreds with a snap of their fingers. Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic grew. Commoners and nobles alike called out to the Chantry for protection. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. They cared only for themselves and for their anger at the new Templar restrictions. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia, again, the mages protested the investigation. The leadership chose to vote on independence based on the intolerable conditions imposed by the Templars, sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared in the aftermath of these attacks than it had been since Tevinter's day. So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other.
Definitely sounds like you're very passionate about this, which I understand. Do you know Fiona?
Are you familiar with Grand Enchanter Fiona?
We've met. Before her horrendously ill-timed and selfish vote for independence, I thought her adequate at her job. In her dotage, she could not handle looking after the well-being of so many people. We would have done better to replace her years ago, to let her spend time gardening.
Too late now. Too little too late. Mages are fighting mages?
I thought the fighting was only between mages and Templars. Why are mages fighting mages?
The vote for independence was carried by only a small margin, but Fiona chose to let the motion stand. Those who opposed a rash declaration of war against the entire free world had little choice. By breaking from the Chantry when they did, the rebels declared themselves in support of mass murder. Anyone who did not wish to support terrorism and the slaughter of innocents was forced to take arms against the rebels.
Were they justified?
Did they have cause to rebel?
In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? Was that really the most opportune time to break away? By all means protest abuses by the Templars. Just don't do it in a way that says mages support wholesale murder. By voting when they did, my colleagues all but declared war upon the ordinary people of Thedas. A war in which we are outnumbered 100 to 1.
Well, that's all for now. Thanks for the information. Yeah, we'll be heading to the war room here. Before we do that, though, I did want to take a look. Actually, can I see the mosaic I finished last time? Oh, yeah. Pieces of an old Tevinter mosaic are scattered across the hinterlands. If recovered, they could be reassembled. Okay, where do I reassemble them? I found all the pieces. Maybe it's the place. I wonder if, yeah, maybe there's a spot in Skyhold where we reassemble these. That might be it. Yeah, it might be another thing I have to wait till Skyhold to really fully see. But I wanted to see the codex, actually, because I haven't looked at that yet. I just want to see if there's anything. I think for the most part, when we've been finding light notes and stuff, we've pretty much been reading them immediately, so I don't know that there's much in here to really go back through, but we could take a quick look. Oh, actually, I do not have much on board in Blackwall. We know he became Constable of the Grey in Val Chevin after Warden Constable Fontaine assumed the position of Commander of the Grey from her predecessor. He also bears the Silverite Wings of Valor, an honor bestowed upon Orlesian wardens for deeds of great daring. The details of the act for which Blackwall earned the Silverite Wings, however, are sketchy. Grey Wardens hide their secrets well. The medal was likely awarded for a campaign to secure Deep Road's entrances within Orlais shortly after the Fifth Blight. Several Grey Wardens lost their lives on that campaign, perhaps more will be dead if not for Blackwall. According to my sources, Warden Blackwall has been traveling alone for several years now. The last anyone saw him at the keep in Val Chevin, it was 937 Dragon. It has been completely abandoned, along with all other Warden outposts. I believe Blackwall is as curious about this disappearance as we are. Perhaps in time we will find answers. Leliana. Alright, it's kind of, cool that these entries are done like little reports here. Let's see, I am fully aware of the intent behind your predecessor's declaration. Lord Seeker Lambert pried the Templars away from Chanter control and led them into assault upon all mages for reasons you both find justified. I, however, am uncertain when the Seekers of Truth went from guarding against injustice to perpetrating it. If you truly believe that is not the case, I suggest you look out a window at the chaos this war has caused and ask yourself if Thedas will recover even if you are victorious. I remain at Divine Justinia's right hand and will stay there even if you brand me traitor. I am sorry, but there is too much at stake to swerve from the path we willingly followed at the Chantry's foundation. From a letter by Seekers Cassandra Pendergast to Lord Seeker Lucius Corman, Dragon 939. Interesting. Colin. Truth is far worse. I would spare you that. What remains of Kirkwall's Templars have been under my command for the past few years. Let's see. Whatever you have heard of Kirkwall's rebellion, the truth is far worse. I would spare you that. What remains of Kirkwall's Templars have been under my command for the past few years. We have done what we could to assist with the city's recovery, to restore some semblance of order, but my time here is done. Seeker Pendergast has approached me. She wishes to stop the war between mages and Templars. She has been recruiting men and women to the cause, and wishes me to oversee the group's military concerns. If the conclave goes well, then we will not be needed. If not, we stand ready. I have decided to take Seeker Pendergast's offer. The circles have fallen. I can give no more to the Templar Order, nor it to me. The Maker has shown me a new path. I must take it. So from a letter sent to South, reached by Commander Colin. Okay. Divine Justinian V. A liberal and daring thinker, willing to take a former bard and lay sister, Leliana, as a close advisor. A headstrong devotion to her own agenda and rumored support of the Mage Rebellion earned her no small dislike from the powerful priests long used to controlling access to the divine. In the year 940 of the Dragon Age, Divine Justinia called a summit, intending to negotiate a truce between the Mage Rebellion and the Templars splintered from the Chantry. The Divine Conclave was held at the Temple of Sacred Ashes, the most holy place in Thedas. Before a resolution could be reached, a cataclysmic explosion destroyed the Conclave, consumed the temple, rent the sky, and shattered the world's hopes for peace. Divine Justinia V perished in the Temple of Sacred Ashes. The Chantry flounders, leaderless in the wake of her death, and his fate grows increasingly uncertain. If order is not restored to Thetis, Justinia V might be remembered as the Chantry's final divine. Well, we'll try and make sure that doesn't happen. Let's see. Dorian Povus. Only child and heir presumptive to the senatorial seat of Magister Hallward Povus, Dorian comes from a prestigious line of mages prominent in the coastal Tevinter city of Quernus, or I don't know if it's like Quernus or if it's like a key with a K sound like Carinus. I'll just say Quernus until I learn better, since the late Exalted Age. At that time, the Imperium was recovering from a failed Exalted March and the Fourth Blight. Gideon Povus arose as a voice of reason within the Magisterium. His bloc of allies convinced the Imperium not to descend upon the weakened South, to extend a hand of reconciliation to those who had once sought their destruction. That House Povus remained standing even after Magister Gideon was tried for treason is a testament to the power he built, and, as Dorian himself would claim, an excellent example of how internecine politics in Tevinter can bring low even the brightest star. A lesson, he says, one should never forget. Right, to Grand Enchanter Fiona. Grand Enchanter Fiona is considered an anomaly among mages. She is, for instance, the only member of the Circle of Magi ever to leave due to recruitment by the Grey Wardens, and then return. Circumstances of that return are largely unknown, but the notoriety she gained within the Circle, which says she's the only member of the Circle of Magi ever to leave due to recruitment by the Grey Wardens? Really? That's weird. I thought there were more... only ever to leave due to recruitment by the Grey Wardens. I'm kind of confused. I thought more mages. I thought the Grey Wardens typically sometimes had mages that they recruited from the Circle. Like, what? Ever to leave the Circle? Oh, I guess the only one to leave and then return. Okay, I guess that's what they're saying. Okay, I was like, yeah, I know mages. Literally, literally, our warden could be a mage that leaves the Circle to go. So yeah, okay, they mean and then return. It was just kind of worded a little weirdly there for me. But the circumstances of their return are largely unknown, but the notoriety she gained within the Circle allowed her to rise rapidly in the ranks. She became first enchanter of the Mount Summer Tower, and then elected Grand Enchanter at the College in Cumberland. The latter was based on her advocacy for greater mage freedom, a view she claimed her time with the Warden supported. Urging for a vote on the matter led to the College of Enchanters' dissolution in 940 Dragon, and then, when a vote was attempted secretly, to Lord Seeker Lambert of the Seekers of Truth arresting Fiona and her fellow enchanters. Following their flight to the ruin of Endoral's Reach, the escaped mages held and passed a final vote on the Circle of Magi's independence. This began the Mage Rebellion. While Fiona no longer holds the official position of Grand Enchanter, most mages still consider her an integral part of the rebellion's leadership. Alright. Hero of Ferelden. The Hero of Ferelden was the daughter of Bryce Cousland, Terran of Highover. When Elrond and Howe's forces attacked Castle Cousland and murdered most of the Cousland family, the hero escaped to safety with Grey Warden Commander Duncan, who then recruited her into the Order. After defeating the Archdemon and ending the Fifth Blight, the Hero of Ferelden was wed to King Alistair and crowned Queen of Ferelden. She and the king ruled the country together until she disappeared several years later. Her current whereabouts are unknown. Seems like something people would be looking into. High Chancellor Roderick. There are some who claim men have no place in the Chantry, beyond the lowest rank of scholarly brothers and those who take their place amongst the Templars. It is not true. This is an organization spanning 7 nations, from the smallest village Chantry to the Grand Cathedral in Valrayo. It takes more than sermons to keep it alive. There is an invisible army at work ensuring meals are delivered, repairs are made, and faithful attended to, and much of it done by Chantry brothers like myself. The position of High Chancellor places a man beside the most holy. I control who is permitted audience, handle her correspondence, deliver her word to Thetis, and serve as her advisor on matters which may be mundane but cannot be disregarded. If I have influence, let it be said it is something I use sparingly if at all. This is a task to which I devote myself with solemnity. I and my fellows bear burdens so that others are free to guide the spirits of Thetis unencumbered. Except for a letter by High Chancellor Roderick. Alrighty then. Use it, my influence sparingly, yes. So you claim, but you seem like pretty happy to use it whenever you wish. Iron Bowl. Knowledge of your shipping schedules is in... Oh, I don't know why does it sometimes start partly scroll down. Confusing, man. But anyways, M, my dear friend, I completely understand the difficulty you face. To have such well-equipped bandits attack your family's caravan so regularly and with such exquisite knowledge of your shipping schedules is indeed highly unfortunate. There's no shame at all in finding your household guards wanting in such trying circumstances. To answer your question, when faced with my own troubles last year, I employed the Bull's chargers. Their leader, the Iron Bull, is a Kunari, a great horned giant of a man. He looked like a savage, but spoke like a gentleman. He seems unstoppable in combat, but is far more clever than a simple swordsman. His mercenaries were costly, but they were both strong enough to protect my family's caravans, and clever enough to discover how the bandits came into such luck in their attacks upon my family. The bandits have been no trouble at all since, and the Baron of our mutual acquaintance effusively assured me that he would be greatly surprised if they ever again cause us difficulty. If you wish to employ the Iron Bull, I can provide you with his contact information, as well as a list of the liquors he enjoys most particularly. Will your husband also be present in these negotiations, or will you be making the acquaintance of the Iron Bull in a more intimate setting? If so, we shall have to talk the next time our men go hunting. Yours in friendship, B. Letter lifted from a hidden drawer in a noblewoman's vanity and copied carefully before being returned. Interesting. Josephine Montillier. Josephine Montillier is a noble from the nation of Antiva. She was educated in Valrayo, where she built connections among the court. When she finished her schooling... because it's Rest of Secret Cassandra. Okay. When she finished her schooling at a surprisingly young age, Lady Montillier became the official diplomat between King Fulgino of Antiva to Empress Selene of Orlais. The appointment suits her. She is well-traveled, familiar with many forms of etiquette, and by all accounts a skilled negotiator. If that endorsement does not suffice, Josephine is a personal friend. I have faith in her. We require someone both influential and trustworthy to be an ambassador for the Inquisition. You cannot tell me you would prefer to take the job yourself. Sister Liliana. Oh yeah, Don't make Cassandra negotiate with tons of nobles and stuff. She does not have the patience for that. Right, Llewellyn of the Dalish. Let's see, the Dalish are elves who refuse to live in human cities, where their people are exploited, having few rights. They choose to eke out an independent existence in the forests, attempting to keep the last remnants of their ancient culture alive. Mintriel is from Clan Llewellyn, a group of Dalish who migrate around the perpetually feuding Free Marches. Mintriel's people travel along the borders of each city-state's territory, where Free March rulers will be less inclined to attack them, for fear of accidentally provoking neighboring cities. Mintriel became a hunter at a young age, growing into a respected protector and provider. The recent Mage rebellions disturbed her clan's way of life, as the fighting split out into the countryside. Clan Llewellyn's leader, Keeper Deshana Istemethoriel Llewellyn, chose Mintriel to spy on the meeting at the Temple of Sacred Ashes between the Divine and the feuding factions, so she could bring back news of the outcome. After the explosion that killed the Divine, Mintriel was the only survivor. Rumors of the mysterious mark on her hand as a sign of the Maker's favor were spread by those who claimed they saw them find profit, and trust yourself, lead Llewellyn out of the fiend. Indeed. Liliana. She has many names. Most know her as Sister Liliana or the Nightingale. Some refuse to speak her name at all, referring to her only as the left hand of the Divine, the shadow behind the Sunburst throne. The spymaster Marjolaine trained Liliana from a young age. For years, Liliana was Marjolaine's instrument in the great game of Orlais. While Liliana was devoted to Marjolaine, the reverse was not true. Marjolaine betrayed Liliana and almost succeeded in killing her. Liliana survived the betrayal thanks to revered Mother Dorothea. Following this betrayal, Liliana spent several years in a cloister in Ferelden, hiding from her past. Inspired by revered Mother Dorothea, Liliana dedicated herself to her faith, discovering peace in a simple life of devotion. But when the Fifth Blight began, she received what she believed a vision from the Maker. This prompted her to leave her sanctuary, taking up arms against the Darkspawn. Several years after the defeat of the Archdemon, Liliana received a summons from Dorothea, now Divine Justinia V. She returned to Orlais to become an agent of the Sunburst throne. Justinia perished in the explosion that destroyed the Divine Conclave, and Liliana became a founding member and spymaster of the new Inquisition. Lord Seeker Lucius Corrin. For months, we were also certain Lord Seeker Lambert's death was an assassination carried out by mages. He had, after all, declared the Navarran Accord null and void, hurling us headlong into a war against the rebels. Why else would he be killed, except as an act of retribution? The entire Templar Order was fired up, ready to take up the fight against the mages, something we were sure would be over in a matter of weeks. Thus the election of Lucius Corrin to the role made me despair. According to the few seekers of truth with whom I spoke, he was a moderate. He agreed to the Divine's conclave, and every Templar I knew felt certain he would compromise to see the war ended. But lately, the man seems different, does he not? I never met him before he assumed command, but even in this short time, his opinions on the war have turned. He did not go to the conclave he personally supported. In fact, he seems to regret supporting it at all. He talks of the Templars establishing themselves as a power in our own right, and our fellows are all too eager to listen. I don't know from where this change of heart came, but I begin to wonder if Lambert's death wasn't as simple a matter as we assumed. Something is amiss within our order, and all I know is that it's beyond me to discover what. From a letter written by an unknown Templar found in a burned-out fort. Interesting. Magister Garion Alexius. Lords and ladies of the Magisterium, before we vote on the budget for this latest measure against the Kunari, I would ask that we take a moment to consider the state of our institutions of higher learning. The Circle of Minrathous is more than 10,000 years old. Duranius the Dreamer himself was born within those walls. It continues to be a source of wisdom and guidance for the best and brightest of the Imperium's youth, yet it falls into disrepair. Magister Aurarius has made her case several times for increased funding to the circles, and as yet her appeals have gone unanswered. Magister Viren has spoken at length on the threat of the Oxmen in the north, a tide of brutality that we alone hold back. Let me add this. How shall we defeat the Kunari? How have we held back their advance all these long years without support from the other nations of Thedas? You know the answer. Magic. It is our magic that holds the beasts at bay, and through the ingenuity of our magic we will dread them from our shores forever. My friends and colleagues, this is the battle we prepare our apprentices, sons, and daughters to face. They need the resources to discover new magic, new techniques that can lend us an advantage in this endless war. They cannot do this while roofs crumble over their heads. Prepare the circles. Let the Imperium's future be more than slow decline to the marching steps of legions. An address by Magister Alexius to the Magisterium, taken from the official minutes in 939 Dragon. Okay. Sarah. A crude drawing of a guard with her breeches. Once again, starting for some reason further down. This report by Josephine has been defaced numerous times in a different hand. On Sarah, Red Jenny, and Felicissima Blitty parts on knuckle fronts. It falls to me to comment on this Red Jenny, for as a creature of the court, I must have seen the effect of her actions, although I cannot be certain. Does that make them effective or ineffective? What I know is that she has vexed city's guardsmen across Thedas and always escaped. Accessing all available records, it seems clear that there have been multiple embodiments of the name, often at the same time. The limitations of communication are such that this is impossible to verify in the moment. A crude drawing of the guard with her breeches at her ankles. The severity of the attributed actions vary widely, from petty to outright vicious. While official reports label these actions unfair, I have knowledge of many named as victims, and several are of suspect character. Sarah would call them something altogether untoward. Yes, Mom. Shits, the lot of them. There are tales of Red Jenny targeting criminals, slavers, and even assassins' guilds. The benefit of having a local is that they are invested in regional concerns, although this obviously varies. I can discern no protocol. Don't need a title to be awful and deserve it. So who is our Red Jenny? She has been amusing herself in Valrio for some time, although it is clear from her accent that she is deeply Ferelden. She met with outright laughter my inquiry as to whether she had any special elven concerns that I could address. I have conferred with Eliana about the danger of this group, and our estimation is that this incarnation of Red Jenny is, at least, a good distraction. Ah, the scary one cares. Dundum Denerim. Sarah's claim to have lived in Denerim cannot be verified, but seems likely. The alienage there was neither stable nor secure. Many residents of the city fled the region following the Blight. Given her nature, Valrio would have seemed rife with targets. Denerim has more than its share of suspect nobility, but most were rallied against a common enemy thanks to the efforts of the hero of Ferelden. Forced to, more like shits and double shits. Alrighty then. Solus. Well, I suspect you will be reluctant to accept the help of an... Oh, once again. We'll back up. Cassandra, I understand our first order of business must be to investigate this bizarre breach in the sky and protect people from the demons descending. While my search continues, I wish to draw your attention to a new arrival at our camp, an elven apostate calling himself Solus. Solus entered the camp voluntarily, surrendering his staff to Chantry forces without protest. He is not Dalish, and says that he has never been part of the circle, claiming instead to have studied magic peacefully on his own, particularly magic tied to the Fade. While I suspect you'll be reluctant to accept the help of an apostate, Solus did come to us freely. Witnesses saw him in a nearby village at the time of the blast, so he was likely not responsible for what happened at the conclave. However, he has described the effects of the breach in enough detail to convince me that he knows more about the Fade than anyone else present. Solus has requested permission to study the lone survivor and one of the smaller rifts in hopes of finding a way to seal the breach. He has correctly guessed that it is growing, and believes it will destroy the entire world unless we find a way to stop it. Unless you object, I will allow him studies. Under proper observation, of course. Liliana. Interesting. Tithras. There's power in stories. That's all history is. The best tales. The ones that last. Might as well be mine. Vercethrus of the Dwarven Merchants Guild of Kirkwall is famous, or infamous, for two things, his books and his association with the Champion of Kirkwall. After the Templars and Circles broke away from the Chantry, Divine Justinia V sent her agents to Kirkwall, where the roots of the war began, in search of answers. The Champion had long since disappeared, but Varric had written a book on his friend's involvement in the destruction of the Kirkwall Chantry, and the left and right hands of the Divine located him with surprising ease. They captured and interrogated him, then brought him to the Conclave to give his testimony to the Divine in person, but fate decreed that he would never meet her. Right, and Vivian, Madame Defoe. Magic is dangerous, just as fire is dangerous. Anyone who forgets this truth gets burned. An assiduous and talented scholar, Vivian rose rapidly through the ranks of Montsemar's circle. When made a full-fledged enchanter, she elected to join no fraternity, a decision that shocked colleagues but may have been a calculated maneuver. When she successfully applied to be appointed enchanter to the Imperial Court, nearly every fraternity clamored for her favor in hopes of having a representative at the Empress's ear. She was voted first enchanter of Montsemart at an age young enough to cause scandal. The Circle widely regards her as the most shrewd and disciplined mage in Orlais. And Xenon the Antiquarian. I left the Black Emporium empty-handed for 2 reasons. First, most of the items were priced far beyond what I could afford. Second, I spent most of my short time there trying to sate my curiosity about its proprietor. I found myself stealing glances at the antiquarian from behind piles of books, between shelves, and at one point over a basket of mismatched socks. There he sat, petrified, in the center of the emporium, skin of waxy gray over ancient taut sinew, moaning in a voice so dry and brittle it sounded like the snapping of wigs after a drought. A girl of not more than 12 scurried to and fro to fulfill his numerous requests. Another patron noticed my fascination and told me that the girl, most likely an urchin rescued from the street, was responsible for the needs of the antiquarian, feeding, washing, and the like. So impossibly old is he, and so fragile his skin, he can only tolerate the barest whisper of touches from the smallest and most tender of his servants. Only this way may he come close to his lost youth, said the man. I was surrounded by objects of legend, yet none fascinated me as did the antiquarian. Interesting. Alright. See, crafting materials. Blood Lotus. Do not try to get out of this. We were told you were the best. That is why you were contracted. Was it not you who obtained the 200 white blooming rose bushes for the Empress's winter ball last year? The Comtesse has been infinitely patient till now, but she doesn't understand why it is so hard to fill the garden pool. She wants no more excuses. And no, she will not compromise with the dawn lotuses. They're white. The flowers have to match the silk canopies. It is crucial. Dark purple. Dark red. Do not try to frame this as a safety issue. The guests will be perfectly safe. Why, if they experience any hallucinations from the concentration of lotus essence in the air, I'm certain it will only make the evening more thrilling. I don't care if you have to send someone to some Ferelden peat bog to get it all. Just do it. No, from Chamberlain Laurent to Grand Gardener Umbert Vauclin over the decorations for Comtesse Darnay's summer garden party. According to gossip in Valrayo, the Chamberlain did succeed in convincing Grand Gardener Vauclin to provide 420 lotus plants. The party was considered by most to be a roaring success, even though the evening concluded with at least 12 guests asleep in the lawn, 3 in the pool, and one lady losing several teeth trying to take a bite out of a marble statue of the Comtesse's father, which she was convinced was made of cake. Alright, that sounds like quite a sight. Crystal Grace. Flowers of the Crystal Grace plant are appreciated for their beauty as well as their medicinal value. Pale blue and shaped like delicate crystal bells, the flowers should almost tinkle in the breeze. In fact, I have heard a tale of an Orlesian lady who ordered Crystal Grace to be planted all over her bower, and then hired a mage from the White Spire to enchant them to do just that. Eventually, she grew tired of the chiming and set fire to her lawn in a fit of pique. Let us learn from this. These plants were created exactly as our maker intended, and our interference rarely improves them. We start from the Botanical Compendium by Sia Botanus. Oh yeah, she was the one from Awakening, right? Yeah. I remember her. Deep Mushroom. Deep Mushroom refers to the entire group of fungi that grows underground in caves and many parts of the Dwarven Deep Roads. Collection can be a dangerous task, as the Deep Roads are often infested with darkspawn. Because of this, Dwarven merchants often recruit castless hirelings for the job and pay them a meager percentage of what they earn selling the mushrooms to surfacers. The most common varieties used in the herbalist trade are the Blightcap, Ghoul's Mushroom, and Brimstone Mushroom, almost all of which tend to carry the darkspawn's corruption. While they cannot transmit the disease, this trait often makes them quite poisonous. Deep mushrooms should only be handled by experienced herbalists and should never be consumed without first being adequately cleaned and prepared. Careless consumption has been known to cause insanity, severe abdominal cramping, and even death. Yep, another note from Owens. Alright, Elfroot. Elfroot was first used by the elves of Arlathan, hence the name. The root gave their medicines particular efficacy, so when the Imperium conquered the elves, the magisters adopted its use and its popularity spread to all corners of the empire. Elfroot is a hardy plant with large green leaves that grows wild in many places. It's so common that it tends to show up in most gardens and fields, almost like a weed. Unlike a weed, however, most people appreciate having access to the wonderful little plant. The roots can be used with very little preparation. Rubbing some of the juice on a wound, for example, will speed up healing and numb pain. And chewing on a slice of root treats minor ailments like indigestion, flatulence, and hoarse throats. There are several varieties, but the most useful for herbalists are the bitter, gossamer, and royal elf roots. Right, Embrium. Embryums are flowers from the orchid family. Its therapeutic qualities were actually discovered because of the embryum's exceptional beauty. The beloved daughter of Lord Ignace Poulenc of Orlais fell victim to a terrible sickness of the lungs, which healers were unable to cure. Thinking the girl would soon perish, her parents surrounded her bed with brightly colored flowers, hoping that they would bring some warmth and cheer in her last days. Oddly enough, the girl began to recover from the illness and grew stronger each day. Her parents were baffled but overjoyed. The healers eventually learned that the fragrance of one of the flowers eased the child's breathing. The flower was an embryum, and later became known as a salubrious embryum. The other variant that has certain magical properties is known as dark embryum. Right? Prophet's laurel. According to Elysian folklore, Andraste's followers and sympathizers tossed sprigs of the laurel in her path as she was led to her pyre. After she burned, her ashes blew across the leaves on the ground, bestowing upon them their famed purifying qualities. It is just a tale, of course. The laurel was recognized as a healing herb long before Andraste's time. Ancient Tevinter scrolls describe the use of the laurel in poultices, tinctures, and even incense. Though the legend might be pure fabrication, the laurel will always be symbolic of Andraste's sacrifice. Its glossy dark leaves represent the sword of mercy, the red berries, the drops of her blood upon it. Right, spindleweed. It is an old country saying that spindleweed grows best for the sorrowful. Verdant spindleweed in a household's garden has often brought neighbors offering consolation, usually without even asking what might be wrong. This originates from the plant's use as a seasoning for dishes meant to speed the recovery of the infirm. A person who grows much of it is likely caring for the fatally ill. Right, Witherstock. Elodia, I said you could take a few components for your personal use. I'm certain I didn't say you could empty our stores. Enchanter Eyes looked like she was shitting hog nuts when she noticed. Do you know how long it took to collect that Witherstock? I know what you're doing with it. No one needs that many warming draughts. Draughts. I'm locking the chest. Find your own Witherstock, or perhaps either you or Farron could try to stick to your own quarters. A note written by apprentice Vera Lena of the Ferelden Circle. Maker, Vera. That is not what's going on. All the Witherstock in the chest was dried anyway, and you know it's only efficacious as a preventative when the sap is fresh. I'm more interested in its effects on the mind when combined with certain other plants. Ainz knows all about it. Just ask her. She probably forgot that I'd already told her, old bat. And please, Farron and I are more than able to amuse ourselves without resorting to the tired old dip and stir. Maybe if you got out of the botanical section and looked at other books. Elodia's reply. Alright. Let's see. Creatures. First semester's notes on mounts. Never seen a proud rider atop a regal mount? That's your failing. Such animals are common enough, but they're costs. So you keep them away from chance of blight, theft, attack. All the nonsense that makes for poor stabling. These aren't working beasts with the fire bred out of their eyes so they can suffer a plow. These creatures are about spirit. A proper mount isn't some noble's plaything on a hunt. It's your everyday, and you'd better match it to deserve it. On horses. You've never had a mount like the Ferelden Forder, a hardy warm blood. Don't let the size fool you. They're not meant for the farm. Centuries of careful breeding have taken common stock and produced a glory. A creature as much at home in a charge as they are in a march across nations. But for all the stamina and speed they place at your command, press too far and you'll be picking dirt from your teeth. They know their role and expect that you know yours. Warning and promise and all that. On the flames of the Inquisition, armored charger. Never in all my days did I think I would handle such barding, never mind the quality of the breed. A true purebred lineage, clad in the hallmarks of a master. The combination is one of a kind, and this animal knows it. Mountain rider, meant for greatness. Don't disappoint. The bar has been set very, very high. On the red heart. Honored to see one up close without meeting it points first. The pride of the stable, or of any stable. Even the Dalish I've had occasion to ask have said it's rare to glimpse them at a distance. The few who have mastered one, and it truly is very few, say there is no animal more sure of foot, more attuned to its rider, more inspirational to simply gaze upon. You want to match the majesty of this creature? Grow some bloody wings. On the bog unicorn. Still not sure what you unearthed. Talked to a mage about it and got a typical head in the fade response. Got a better answer from that trinkle of yours, and it still chilled my short hairs. Plain speak, there's a spirit of some kind in there. Now, a horse to me means freedom, but I understand that sometimes it's a demon, the wrong side of what it should be. What's the wrong side of freedom? Chaos or just unending? Something like that. Whatever's in there, this animal was best of breed, and a Elysian charger fit for any chevalier, and well intended in life. By its wounds, I'd wager it fell in battle with demons of some ilk, and was finished by its master's mercy. Whatever spirit of loyalty or freedom or whatever makes horses run brought the strange thing back. It wants to serve. I've no doubt it will ride well, and I'll stable it, but I'm not going near it. Alright, gotcha. Archers. To find an enemy with a bow or crossbow is simple, although not always easy. A guard with a crossbow must crank his weapon after each shot. If there is only one such enemy, seek cover and give him cause to waste his shot, and then close upon him before he may fire again. If there are many, close to their flanks so you face one guard directly, using him as a second shield, and no other guard has a clean shot at your unprotected back. Do not move to the middle of their ranks and rely upon them hesitating to risk hitting one another. A soldier with a short bow is a little more dangerous. Attack him as you would an enemy with a crossbow, but accept that he will likely fire again. Approach with your shield up, even if you must sacrifice speed. Few soldiers are true masters of the bow. Those who do not fumble their draw in fear will fire a shot quickly, so it is more likely to glance off your armor or shield than punch through. Few soldiers have the skill or strength to make good use of a longbow. Respect those who do. Against such an enemy, cover is the only defense. Move quickly across his field of vision, forcing him to compensate for your movement. Do not charge directly unless your allies can distract him. A fully drawn longbow can drive an arrow through a chevalier's plate at 100 yards. A fight between an archer and a chevalier is a test of cunning versus patience. We are too often patient, heavily armored as we are, and faced with lightly armored foes who would harass us. While archers frustrate me as they do most chevaliers, it is good that we fight them, so remember how to be cunning, how to break an opponent's patience. Excerpt from A Meditation Upon the Use of Blades by Swordmaster Masoch de Jean-Min, required reading at the Académie des Chevaliers. Interesting. Oh, this is research damage against humanoids increase. Okay, so this is from those bowstrings I brought back. Interesting. Cool. Bear. We went into the woods near Valforet to find a great brown bear that had the houndsfolk worried. We found her some miles from the west gate. She had made a den in a cave on a hillside close to a stream. We stopped some yards away and watched. Eldwin cast a spell to make us less likely to be discovered. Useful, useful magic. After several hours, the bear emerged from her den, beautiful red-brown sheen to her coat. Phenomenal beastie. Following close behind her were 3 cubs. Balls of fluffy brown fur with eyes set in them. Amazing, amazing little creatures. I would have liked to watch the little family playing in the stream all day, but the wind changed the moment bear caught our scent, even with Eldwin working his magic. She leapt in our direction, stopped when she couldn't see anything, then rose up on her hind legs and roared. What a sight that was! I estimate she was half again as tall as I. Quick as anything, she charged toward us, snapping branches as she went. I dove out of the way, but Eldwin, bless his heart, was too slow. Massive paw caught him right in the chest, and he went down. Poor Eldwin. Nature is ruthless but magnificent. From The Wilds of Thetis, Volume 2, by Tevinter. Oh, poor Eldwin. Jeez. Black Wolf. The scouts report activity uncharacteristic of lupine behavior. The breach and resulting risks have caused unprecedented disruptions in the Vale. Such alterations to the environment may account for their natural aggression. If this is indeed the case, I cannot yet see how widespread the impact. How many wolves does this environmental imbalance influence? What threat do they pose to resistant members of the pack, to the local population? This warrants further investigation. Report submitted to Secret Pentagust by Manave, Major Apprentice and Inquisition Research Journal. Well, we at least took care of one source of demon wolves. Not to say that there won't be more. Bruiser. A warrior wielding a great blade strikes terror into common soldiers, but to a chevalier, he is no greater danger than any other opponent. A skilled warrior is struck down by a maul or battle axe in one of 3 cases. In the first, he is taken unawares in the heat of battle. In the second, he cannot evade the blow because of the nature of the battlefield or his own injuries. And in the third and most common case, he is struck down because he reacts poorly. We do not train enough against two-handed weapons because we disdain them ourselves. I think this is a mistake, and in time to come, I hope it is corrected. I've seen too many skilled warriors die because they see a great maul coming down at them and raise a shield to block instead of deflect. I've seen men lose their composure due to fear or anger and engage such a warrior directly, thinking they can risk a blow to their body as they would from a light sword or a dagger. In the heat of battle, even the trained mind will think such things. Those who cannot overcome such thoughts die. You must watch the weapon, but only to gauge its length. Otherwise, as in all fights, the opponent's hips and shoulders will tell his intent. The great weapons are dangerous only when moving or poised overhead to strike down. You must give ground, but only against the true threat. If he advances but is not truly prepared to strike, you must rush in, cut him, and withdraw to your guard before his blow is ready. It may take 10 cuts to kill him. Even after the 9th, he may cleave your head from your body if you do not respect the distance he can cover. If using such a weapon yourself, mark your distance and do not allow yourself to react to an opponent outside your reach. You cannot recover your guard as quickly as you can with a sword and shield. Keep your weapon moving and measure your blows. A started step on your strike can fool many opponents into thinking you out of range and then rushing their defense. In this manner, you may kill most who stand against you. Fighting in such a manner, you may feel more like a butcher than a hero, but the living may console themselves while the dead cannot. Interesting. Corpse. In most corners of Thetis, funeral rites include burning or dismembering the dead to prevent them from becoming host to demons, but not everyone gets a proper burial. It is not unheard of for the dead to be thrown in mass graves in the aftermath of a battle or execution, almost asking some demon to claim the corpses. Yeah. Darkspawn. I don't know. What are these up here for? I don't know. Anyways, those who had sought to claim heaven by violence destroyed it. What was golden and pure turned black. Those who had once been mage lords, the brightest of their age, were no longer men but monsters. The Remedies told one. Sin was the midnight that ushered the Darkspawn into this world. The Magisters fell from the Golden City, and their fate encompassed all our worlds, for they were none alone. No one knows where the Darkspawn come from, a dark mockery of men in the darkest places they thrive, growing in numbers as a plague of locust will. In raids, they will often take captives, dragging their victims alive into the deep roads, but most evidence suggests that these are eaten. Well, we know that's not true, but I guess that information isn't necessarily here still. Like spiders, it seems Darkspawn prefer their food still breathing. Perhaps they are simply spawned by the darkness. Certainly, we know that evil has no trouble perpetuating itself. Spite was in the Age of Towers, striking once again at the heart of Tevinter, spreading south into Orlais and east into the Free Marches. The plague spread as far as Ferelden, but the withering and twisting of the land stopped well beyond our borders. Here, Darkspawn have never been more than the stuff of legends. In the Northernlands, however, particularly Tevinter and the Andervales, they say Darkspawn haunt the hinterlands, preying on outlying farmers and isolated villages, a constant threat. Right, well, obviously this isn't including the most recent blight, but yeah. Despair Demon. Once upon a time, or I skipped over one, we'll go back in a second. Despair Demon. Once upon a time, we classified these as demons of sloth, but we learned that Despair Demons are something quite different. They are not the antithesis of justice or valor, but rather of hope. They form nightmares tearing away the foundations of self and purpose. When brought into the world, they are most attracted to places the downtrodden populate. Alienages, slums, prisons, and the like. The miasma they spread can lead to extreme behavior. We look for irrational, unexplained suicides, men and women so filled with grief they lash out. The most intelligent of these creatures are to be feared, for they not only feed on despair, they understand its causes, and seek to bring it about. From the shadows they ruin lives, drinking the tears of those who have no idea the cause of their misery is not random chance. From our lecture by Round Hunter Sir Hayward of the Templar Order. Right? Deepstalker. One of the few natural, non-darkspawn creatures to live in the deep roads, the Deepstalker is a reptilian cave dweller known for burrowing into the stone paths of the deep roads and ambushing prey, usually nugs. They hunt in packs, attacking with round mouths of serrated teeth or spitting poison from venom glands. Although a single Deepstalker poses little threat to any experienced explorer, packs can be lethal. Right, Fennec. My dearest and best father and lord, you are strong and fair and obviously the most handsome Arl in all of Ferelden. I want a Fennec. Please, please, please get one for me. I saw a picture in a book that Brigid was carrying for Master Fergal, and it is the fluffiest and most delightful creature I have ever seen. The book says they live in the mountains and eat voles and repulsive things like that. When I get mine, I will feed it only nice things, like cake and pearls. Please, please, please send someone to catch one. I really need one right now. Ruby wants company. It's not my fault Primmy and Bauble broke. Don't believe anything Eileen says. Please, I promise I will spend no more gold on silks this month. It's too cold anyway. Your most loving and obedient daughter, Habram. I know from Habram Bryland to her father, Leonis Bryland, Earl of Southreach, written in 931 Dragon. Reports indicate that Habram did receive a white fox as a gift from her father later that month. She promptly lost it down a well. Aw, man, poor fox. Poor fox. I love foxes. Yeah, generally foxes have actually been my favorite animal. Though, not necessarily Fennec foxes in particular or anything, but just foxes in generally. They're very cute little creatures. Poor little Fennec foxes. But anyways, a foot soldier. I have faced Antiman duelists, Ferelden Ash warriors, and Fog warrior skirmishes. When we strip away the tiles and tricks, they are simply men who want to see their enemies dead, but need a hand free to manage it. Duelists favor a thinner target over the offensive strength of a main gouge. Ash warriors need a hand to guide their Mabari and a lighter weapon to take advantage of the openings their dogs leave, while Fog warriors rely on stealth and speed too much to use a heavy shield. When engaging with such an opponent, respect his speed. His hands and feet will move a great deal, ignore them. Watch his hips and shoulders instead. First, deny what advantage he has in his allies or environment, unless you have trained equally in such matters. Once you control his weapon, overwhelm him. He has no shield, and you need not fear a second blade. If forced to fight in such a manner, you must decide whether you will fight as a duelist, one-handed, or as a chevalier. If the former, drop your back leg away to tighten your scented target, as you have no shield to cover your body or a second weapon to bring into range. Focus on a quick attack, and give ground freely when you cannot find an advantage. If the latter, rely on your vambrace and gauntlet as a shield, and try to wrench your opponent's weapon away. My left arm bears the scars of such efforts, but my opponents fare worse. Better still, do not lose your shield at all, the battles are not a place of perfection. That's another one from my research. Okay. Giant spider. Maybe it's meant to be that size, and the regular ones are miniatures. I mean, a just and carry maker would create them big to start. Then they can't hide. That's what bothers you, isn't it? The hiding. A big one like that, a good 12-fitter, sure. It's all fang and such, but you know where it is. Dark places where the whale is weak. You're never surprised by a giant one because you had to go to their house. They're not on your face at night or in your boot in the morning. And if their web is thick as a rig ring, you don't have to worry about that hair on your neck. or the baby ones in the breeze. You hate that, right? Hitting a cloud of them while you're riding? Could be a dozen, but you only see one, and you try to smash it, but when you look, the thing is gone, and now your arm itches right up to the shoulder, and that hair feels like it's back, but you can't unbuckle your helm because of the gauntlets, and now the hair in your ear is tingly. That's just about the worst, isn't it? Workers of the Oak Guard. Witness recounting a provocation resulting brawl. No jailings. Victim was being an arse. Okay, then. But yes. Yes, I hate spiders, and yeah, the thought of giant spiders is kind of scary, but yeah, I guess it's true. At least they couldn't hide. At least you wouldn't be surprised by it randomly crawling around your house. As long as you stay out of places you shouldn't be, you shouldn't encounter one, presumably. Anyways, guardsman. A novice believes his sword of the utmost importance, and his shield there to show his family's colors. All scoff at such foolishness, but the older student, thinking his shield a sign from the Maker that he cannot be struck down, is little wiser. A warrior coming away from battle with his shield dented and ripped may be praised for bravery. A warrior coming away with his shield merely scratched should be praised for skill. Remember that every metal shield was beaten into shape, and may be beaten out of it. Even a blow that does not fear tear a hole drives impact through your arm and shoulder, where shock and pain will wear down even the strongest warrior. In a duel against a single opponent, you may seek a quick advantage in taking a blow directly to the shield in order to strike one in return. If you are protecting another, you may have no choice. In other cases, against one opponent or many, it is better to hide the movement of your hips and shoulders behind your shield, forcing enemies to focus on it rather than on you. This is also true when fighting an opponent so armed. Your goal is not the shield, but the man behind it. Circling or locking shields may gain you an advantageous position. Failing that, rain blows upon his defenses until he tires and his guard grows sloppy. If you are neither skilled enough to slip past him nor fit enough to wear him down, you will most likely die. Interesting. Her luck. Alright, yeah, this is just more of the Darkspawn stuff again. Yeah, same thing again. Her luck alpha. We brought it into Lord Varen's chamber, strong men on both sides holding the shackles. It had been stripped of weapons and beaten until we judged it barely capable of walking. I am told you were the lone survivor of the Darkspawn from the mines, Lord Varen said to it. Her luck, as I understand it. I am told that you spoke to my men when we captured you. The thing spoke. Told them they would die. Its voice was guttural and savage, like a beast trained to mimic the language of men, but we made out its words clearly enough. Yes, said Lord Varen, you are smarter than your fellow beasts. Yes, said the beast. I would know more of this, said Lord Varen, that we might understand your people and negotiate. You will, said the beast. Your men beat me until their knuckles bled, my blood mixed with theirs. Soon they will hear the song. Soon their blood will burn, and I will lead them. Men all looked to their hands, for the blood sickness of the Darkspawn was known to us. When they did, the beast wrenched the shackles from their grip. Then it was upon Lord Varen, holding him by the throat. There is no talk, it said. No negotiation. You will die. Your world will die. Now you understand. It snapped Lord Varen's neck and killed 4 men before we finally killed it. An excerpt from the Blighted Codex, a classified collection of studies on the Darkspawn, held safely in the Imperial Library in Minathras, available only to members of the Magisterium. Interesting, so I guess Storian the one that gave us the source of this or something, or just our spy network somehow. Interesting. Anyways, Mabari. Dogs are an essential part of Ferelden culture, and no dog is more prized than the Mabari. The breed is as old as myth, said to have been bred from the wolves who served Dane. Prized for their intelligence and loyalty, these dogs are more than mere weapons or status symbols. The hounds choose their masters, pairing with them for life. To be the master of a Mabari anywhere in Ferelden is to be recognized instantly as a person of worth. The Mabari are an essential part of Ferelden military strategy. Trained hounds can easily pull knights from horseback or break lines of pikemen, and the sight and sound of a wave of war dogs howling and snarling has been known to cause panic among even the most hardened infantry soldiers. From Ferelden, okay, yep. Mage. Mages are not demons or monsters. They are men and women like any other, except for their skill with a weapon few are given. I say this to be clear that I do not think all mages should be put to the sword, as some believe. However, every mage walks through life with a blade drawn and ready, whether they wish it or not. Those who insist that mages are harmless must ask how the apostates who fling fire when the Templars attack learned how to kill so well. We in the Academy know well that no skill comes without practice. If you fight a mage, you must close with him, regardless of the danger or risk being overwhelmed. A mage's strike rarely hits with the force of a trained chevalier's blade, but often carries unnatural energies, fire that boils a man inside his armor, lightning that steals the strength from his limbs, and so forth. To hold back is to give him time to alter the battlefield to his advantage in some fashion, whether he summons a wall of ice, a demonic ally, or magical flames to strengthen the blades of his guards. We know that the warrior who controls the battlefield is most often the victor. You must keep him reacting to you and continue your attack. Mages rarely wear heavy armor, but their magic can shield them as effectively as our own plate. I have said many times to watch the hips and arms of your opponent instead of the hands, but with the mage, the hands and arms may be your only clue. If his body is protected from your blade, attempt to tangle his arms or bear him to the ground. It is not elegant or honorable, but there is no honor when fighting a mage. There is only survival. Yep. Nug. I was sure before the Blight they were a whole lot more rare. Should ask a warden about that if killing archdemons leaves nugs all over. And the poor things don't seem built for anywhere. I mean, they feed on anything, but they blister in the desert and freeze in the snow, and they're easier to track than your own arse. Everything eats them, except me, the hands put me off, yet they thrive. Randy bastards outpace every tooth and claw. Anyway, my point is, the ones around the farm are so inbred, they're 5 colors and can't stop peeing. I'm selling them in the capital as elusive eastern bunny pigs. What did Father say about idiots with deep pockets? Excerpt from the private letters of Captain Byrne, Lapnug Dealer. Produced in evidence after 7 claims of water terrors and death-falling bites in the Garden District. Alright. Pride Demon. The most powerful demons yet encountered are the Pride Demons, perhaps because they, among all their kind, most resemble men, as clever and manipulative as the Desire Demon, with a penchant for cruel irony that is almost human. While the demons of Desire largely engage in the bribery of mortals, Pride will use mortals' own best nature against them. Clever men outwit themselves. Strong men crush themselves. Humble men forget themselves. Jealous men fear themselves. They turn corruption and ruin into an art. Prowler. When faced directly, an opponent wearing only light armor and wielding only short blades is little challenge to a trained chevalier. However, not all fights are duels. If you assume that your enemy shares your values, you will die. The only rule most warriors agree upon is that it is better not to die. An Grey Warden or an Emperor's bodyguard may contest even that accepted wisdom. A skirmisher will strike by surprise, relying upon allies to draw your attention. In a great battle, with many troops on each side, you must assume that the enemy has such skirmishers in its ranks. When fighting a formation, you have no excuse to break your guard and pursue a perceived advantage. Doing so will leave you or those defending upon you unguarded. When fighting alone, you must avoid strikes that would weaken your guard. Once you know such an enemy opposes you, be vigilant and remember that you wear more armor than he does. He will hide. Do not enter the shadows, where he is strongest, to pursue him. He will harass you at range. Do not take the bait he offers. A chevalier deserves a better death than a poisoned dagger in his unprotected armpit, and such is the death of those who grow impatient while chasing enemies they deem beneath their honor. Be calm, be methodical, and wait for your opponent to yield to the fear of your blade and shield. When he does, he will convince himself that he can attack you directly, that his blades are fast enough to slip past your shield. Then he will move, and then you may kill him. Right, Range Demon. Seemingly made of amorphous lava, its eyes pinpricks of baleful light radiating from its core. The abilities of such a demon center on the fire it generates. It burns those who come near, and the most powerful are able to lash out with bolts of fire and even firestorms affecting entire areas. Fortunately, even powerful rage demons are less intelligent than other varieties. Their tactics are simple. Attack enemies on sight with as much force as possible until they perish. Some rage demons carry their heat-based abilities into possessed hosts, otherwise one rarely sees their true form outside the Fade, unless mages specifically summon one to do their bidding. Right. Ram. The ram is a marvelous creature. Its wool makes the best lining for winter coats this side of the mountains. The horns and bones can be crushed into powder and mixed with the soil for a healthy crop, or charred and ground into ink powder. The hide makes a good cover and a window against the winds. You can burn the dung in a pinch, melt down its fat for candles. I haven't even mentioned the meat. With a Fulcrum ram, you can make a stew big enough for a village and have enough left over for a week. So there'll be no more complaining about being paid in sheep for your work during the harvest. With that ram and a few ewes, you could start your own flock. You're lucky to have them handed to you instead of needing to go and tame a wild one. Listen to your father for once, take care of those animals, and they'll take care of you. Letter from Ferelden Farmer to his son. Interesting. Shade. It has often been suggested that the only way for a I guess what that means maybe is whether we have, like, whether there's more left to be added to the entry or something. Like, if it's both lit up, then maybe we have them? Maybe. Seems to be possibly what it's suggesting. I don't know. Anyways, it has often been suggested that the only way for a demon to affect the world of living is by possessing a living or once living body, but this is not always true. Indeed, a shade is one such creature, a demon in its true form that is adapted to affect the world around it. My hypothesis is this. We already know that many demons become confused when they pass through the veil into our world. They are unable to tell the living from the dead, the very static nature of our universe being confusing to a creature that is accustomed to a physicality defined entirely by emotion and memory. Most demons seek to seize immediately upon anything they perceive as life, jealously attempting to possess it. But what of those that do not? What of those that encounter no life or fail to possess a body? What of those that are more cautious by their nature? These demons watch, they lurk, they envy. In time, such a demon will learn to drain energy from the psyche of those it encounters, just as it did in the Fade. Once it is drained enough, it has the power to manifest and will forever after be known as a shade. Such a creature spurns possession, and instead floats as a shadow across its piece of land, preying upon the psyche of any who cross its path. Perhaps it believes itself still in the Fade? There is evidence to believe this is so. Oh, damage against demon, so this is from research, yeah, so maybe that's what it means, is that I've gotten all the research for it and everything. Spellbinder. I confess myself troubled by the rise in mages binding multiple spirits to a single object. Among them were Talatasi, interacting with spirits is a serious, even intimate undertaking. These spellbinders, as they call themselves, bind many simple spirits, usually to books or other easily compartmentalized objects set with runes, and they have stripped the interaction with spirits of its importance, reducing it to a mere mechanical exercise. That such magic is useful to the spellbinder, I do not argue, although the power contained in these objects is difficult to focus, the diffused magic can easily distribute energy across a broad area, augmenting the mage's allies. The spellbinders insist that no individual spirit is capable of breaking their bindings, and that the spirits cannot cooperate well enough to effect an escape together. Furthermore, they maintain that because the bindings are all tied to the spellbinder personally, there is no risk of these enchanted books falling into the wrong hands. Still, the books are in their hands, and I am concerned. Although the practice has spread across most of Thedas by now, it seems to have originated in Tevinter. These mages bind spirits and demons too readily, and it is not natural for spirits to remain in this world for any great length of time. Our Maker placed the veil between our world and the Fade for a reason, after all. Who are we to second-guess his wishes? Perhaps I've grown more reverent in my old age. Excerpt from Life Among the Dead by Enchanter Rhodamont Van Heigel, senior member of the Mortalitasi. Wraith. Like wisps, wraiths are sometimes thought to be the remains of spirits or demons that have been destroyed. They cannot shape the fate around themselves, nor are they capable of mimicking forms they see in the minds of dreamers as many weaker spirits do. Instead, they are the scavengers of the fate, dwelling in the shadows of stronger beings, feeding on scraps of thought and emotion. Alright. That's all for creatures. Groups. Ben Hasrath re-educators. Detainee has already confessed to resisting arrest when Ben Hasrath came for his co-worker. Circumstantial evidence suggests he was part of group planning to become Tal Vashoth. Co-worker died attempting to escape. Detainee requires evaluation for possible reintroduction to society instead of Kamek treatment. He's being denied sleep and given restricted portions of food and water, as noted below. Day 1. Detainee restrained, given water but no food. Detainee requested to use latrine. Was told cleanliness part of the Qun, and he had decided to attack the Qun. Detainee asked why he murdered Ben Hasrath, responded that he had only defended himself. Detainee eventually urinated on the floor. Day 2. Detainee given light food and water, told he could use a latrine if he demonstrated ability to follow the Qun. Detainee asked why he murdered Ben Hasrath, answered that he fought them to protect co-worker, did not murder them. Detainee told that lying is unacceptable under the Qun. Detainee observed re-educators eating and drinking and engaging in conversation about daily activities while Detainee stood. Day 3. Detainee refused food and water, was taken outside and shown Kalaba rooting through garbage for food. Detainee told he is similar to Kalaba, as neither he nor it follows the Qun. Also told Kalaba is better than Detainee, as Kalaba is too stupid to follow the Qun, while Detainee could follow it, but made a conscious choice to refuse. Detainee asked why he murdered Ben Hasrath. Detainee answered that he was angry and trying to protect his friend. Day 4. Detainee shown drawings of dead Tamastrans and children, told these were drawings of people in Saharan killed by Tal Vashoth. Detainee told all Tal Vashoth to do this. Detainee told all Tal Vashoth to do this, and if Detainee wishes to be Tal Vashoth, he must go to education center and kill Tamastrans now. Detainee became visibly upset. Detainee asked why he murdered Ben Hasrath, answered that he was wrong and lied to by his co-worker. Day 5. Detainee continues to show remorse, is visibly happy when reminded that Qun offers place for all people. Detainee washed, given new clothes and food, allowed to sleep. Upon waking, Detainee asked whether he would prefer to be Tal Vashoth or Kunari. Detainee answered that he would remain Kunari. Detainee released a road crew for simple labor, only watched by observers on team. Start from Ben Hasrath report Samabadav Parval. Well, that is horrible sounding. Definitely not on the side of the Kunari here. Chantry hierarchy. I think we've been through this before. Yeah, I'm reading this before. I don't need to go through that again. Founding of the Chantry. Yeah, I remember reading through this. Kunari Tamazrans. Nanny Goodwin lay on the hard stones of the Kirkwall docks until the slayers left with her purse. As she struggled to her feet, a large grey hand reached down to help her. It was one of the Kunari, the great horned giants who had come to live in the city. I thank you, said Nanny Goodwin hesitantly, looking for her satchel. I did not know the docks were so dangerous, or I would have asked one of Lord Something's guards to accompany me as I bought healing herbs for the children. You are Tamastran, said the Kunari. Under the Qun, no sailor would accost you. Why are you here? I am but Lord Something's nanny, Lord Nanny Goodwin said. And Lord Something did not believe me when I told him that the children needed healing herbs, so I was forced to buy them myself. Under the Qun, said the Kunari, Tamazrans are trusted and listened to when caring for the children, and any healing herbs they needed will be provided. But why did Lord Something not attend your words? He is a noble, Nanny Goodwin said, and I am merely a servant who cares for his children. She shifted her shawl to hide the bruises the sailors had given her, as well as the bruises Lord G himself had left. Under the Qun, said the Kunari, all are equal, and no Tremassern thinks herself a mere anything. Nanny Goodwin bid the Kunari good day and returned to Hightown with much to think about. Interesting. Ben Hasreth. Suggesting that all Ben Hasreth are spies is like assuming that all craftsmen are carpenters. The Ben Hasreth form a significant portion of the Kunari priesthood, attending to a variety of tasks within Kunari society. In Kunari cities, Ben Hasreth serve as something akin to a town guard, investigating anything that disrupts the orderly function of the city. Ben Hasreth re-educators treat criminals and rebels against the Qun, determining whether they must destroy the subject's mind using a poison known as Kamet. As they can rehabilitate to treatment and education are later transferred to simple work details. In contested or war-ridden areas, Ben Hasreth coordinate with the Kunari military to track the dreaded Talvishoth rebels, a function similar to bounty hunting. Outside Kunari borders, Ben Hasreth agents primarily observe and report. While this may seem underhanded, it is notable that most nations do with their own spies, and the Kunari are, perhaps rightly, in retrospect, extremely concerned with the danger our culture's comparatively liberated mages pose. Our assumption that all Ben Hasreth are malicious spies bent on bringing Relay into the Qun has no basis in fact. It is simple prejudice against a race whose appearance unsettles us, compounded by a guilty conscience at seeing how many peasants, especially elves, prefer life under the Qun to life under our Empress. The Kunari are a society of people with a different culture and different values, but people nevertheless, as complex and nuanced as Relay. And we start from The Lion and the Bull, Racial Bias and Oversimplification of Kunari Societal Roles in the Relation Court, author unknown, published by the University of Relay. Interesting. I still don't feel like the Qun is really fully a good thing, though, but, you know. I can see why some would prefer it, given, you know, how they're treated elsewhere. Doesn't necessarily mean that the Qun is the answer, but, you know, it means that some kind of answer needs to be found. But anyways, rebel mages. Whereas the circle was established not merely to protect the role for mages, but also to allow mages to practice their arts safely and without fear, and whereas under Lord Secret Limit's command, the Templars sworn to protect all people, including mages, from the harmful effects of magic, have instead persecuted mages with such biased judgment as to worsen the problems they were meant to mitigate, and whereas the right of tranquility, intended as a tool of last resort to stop uncontrolled mages from hurting themselves or others, has instead been used for punitive and political purposes to silence dissent and inhibit civilized discourse, and whereas Andraste herself intended the relationship between mage and Templar to be one of practitioner and protector, not prisoner and jailer, and this contract has been broken, leaving mages in fear for their lives from those sworn to protect them. Now, therefore, the Circle of Magic declares the following. We, the mages of Ferelden Relay, do hereby dissolve the circles and renounce our sworn submission to the Order of the Templars, effective immediately. We reiterate Andraste's assertion that magic was made to serve man, not rule over him, and say unequivocally that we will use our abilities only to defend ourselves from those who would see us relinquish our lives and freedoms under the presumption of guilt for crimes we have not committed. We condemn those practitioners of magic who, through illness of mind or understandable but misguided anger at those who oppress them, would use their maker-given powers to threaten innocent lives, and we pledge to aid any legitimate and impartial government in bringing these lawless apostates to justice. We look earnestly to a future of cooperation between all peoples of Thedas, free from persecution and prejudice, and hope to build a better world alongside all who approach us with friendship instead of fear. Yours in service to Andraste and the Maker, the free mages of Thedas. A leaf list distributed in towns and villages across Orlais and Ferelden. The Carta. The castle stores of Orzammar have few prospects. Consigned to live in a crumbling ruin on the social and economic fringes of the mighty Dwarven capital, must resort to begging, prostitution, or crime. Just as all rivers eventually join the sea, all castles who turn to crime eventually become part of the Carta. The hero of Ferelden decimated the ranks of this ancient gang while rallying the Dwarves to join in the battle against the Archdemon Arthemiel. Unable to recover the power they once had in Orzammar, they turned their attention topside, using groups of surface-dwelling dwarves to smuggle weapons, lyrium, surface luxuries, people, and other goods between Orzammar and human lands. Despite the flow of business, its members are still desperate and violent. With no strong leader to rein in their excesses, they have little sense of dwarven honor, and freely break their word, double-cross allies, and renege on deals. Right, the Circle of Magi. The Circle of Magi was established centuries ago to protect us, and to protect those without magic from the things we might do. No man in his right mind would disagree that these are noble goals. I refuse to believe that the Chantry intended the injustice and oppression we suffered in the intervening years. Segregation of mages from non-mages within Templar-guarded compounds was the best, possibly the only, option available. We've recently had to face the stark reality that the system failed us. Circle of Magi and Ferelden's Kinloch Hole was one of the most lowly run, and even there we saw sedition and dissent, resulting in a failed result that nearly destroyed the entire tower. Perhaps stringency could work where leniency failed. I would present Kirkwall's gallows as evidence against such thinking. Knight Commander Meredith's vice grip on the Circle and her care backfired, leaving us where we are now. If the Circles, no matter how they are managed, do not, perhaps cannot, function as intended, what is next? There are no easy answers. The events of recent years have forced me to re-examine my views on freedom. As Aquitarians, we have always advocated self-control and cooperation with the Chantry, but this approach may no longer serve. I must consider that our libertarian brothers and sisters had the right of it all along. Look at the strife and chaos that now consumes our world. Fighting for independence, for a better system, may not improve our situation, but it cannot make it any worse. Letter from Senior Enchanter of Armen, Quine of Cumberland, to a colleague. Interesting. Right, let's see. The Dalish Ills. In time, the human empires will crumble. We have seen it happen countless times. Until then, we wait, we keep to the wild borderlands, we raise Hala and build Aravils and present a moving target to the humans around us. We try to keep hold of the old ways, to relearn what was forgotten. We call to the ancient gods, although they do not answer and have not heard us since before the fall of our Lathan, so that one day they might remember us. Elgranon, the eldest of the sun, and he who overthrew his father. Mithal, the protector. Venharel, the dreadwolf. Andruil, the huntress. Falandine, the friend of the dead. Druthaman, the keeper of secrets. Galanane, the mother of Hala, June the master of crafts, and Selays the hearthkeeper. Oops, come on. We gather every 10 years for the Arlathven to retell the ancient stories and keep them alive. For when the human kingdoms are gone, we must be ready to teach the others what it means to be elves. As told by Gisheril, keeper of the Relifiran clan of the Dalish Elves. The Dwarven Merchants Guild. The Dwarven Merchants Guild is, without question, the most powerful surface dwarf institution. It has become what the Assembly is to the people of Orzammar, a prestigious club that everyone wants to belong to, and the surest means to obtain power and fortune. The guild's leaders can always trace their lineage back to noble or merchant caste houses in Orzammar. The guild regulates trade between the Dwarven city and the surface, and so quietly controls the entire economy of Orzammar, though the ruling king or assembly would never admit it. The guild is heavily conservative, but has started to get more of the ascendants, especially banking families, into its membership, which has caused no small amount of infighting in the guild. Right, Friends of Red Jenny. The friends? Don't poke them. It's tempting, because what else can you do? But don't. Never know what you'll get, because Red Jenny, she's been around a long time, she's everywhere, and she hits hard or she hits light, but the choosing isn't up to you. You want someone to get their desserts, save your coppers for a mortal crow, and know what you're getting. That was from Sir Kiter, a traveling merchant to his son, Herbal. They're a distraction, whichever they are. Keeps people busy and the Lord's edgy. With the assaults not having any bearing, we've been paid to strike at guest ravel several times now. Bart should pay her a commission. Anonymous, okay. My father went after her once. You want to lose your friends fast? Just say you're tracking hers. He found a report that said she was killed in Navarra. Everyone in that command, to a man, dead or hobbled or somehow lost their claims during the winter following. Know when that was written? 52 years ago. I'll take a witch over whatever she is. Let her pick at the nobles. I think it's nature. Recommendations of Captain Varn, private militiaman contracted in Denerim. How's it work? You tell me how to tell. Ask for something bad to happen, eventually something does. Did she do it? Does it matter? Either way, you think you had a peace. Maybe that's enough. Interview at a Monsmar tavern, no name given. I know it was her. Keys do not simply go missing. And the horses, I suppose they were loosed quite by accident? And the fires that swept the southern quarter, the flooding of my summer home, the drop in the price of trade goods that just happened to coincide with my plans to sell my investments, the cholera I suffered last season, the weather that is inclement whenever I'm traveling. You can't tell me all these things were mere happenstance. Perhaps your disbelief is her doing as well. You're dismissed. Everyone is dismissed. Scattered notes of Ban Markle. Okay. Grey Wardens. The blight had ravaged the land for months. The armies of the great kings amassed for one last stand. As the sun burst through the clouds that boiled and churned in the dark sky, it illuminated a vast seething horde of darkspawn with the archdemon at its head. It was then, when courage seemed to fail and all lost to death and despair, that the Grey Wardens came. They arrived with the beating of wings like mighty war drums and stood before the armies of men. The Grey Wardens, grim and fearless, marched forth, ever between men and the encroaching darkspawn. They formed a shield of their own bodies and held that line until the archdemon was dead and the last darkspawn lay trampled in the dirt. Then, demanding neither reward nor recognition for their sacrifice, the Grey Ones departed. When the clouds rolled back and the sun shone full upon the blighted ground, the great kings knew that they had lost no men, that none of their blood had been spilled. This is a tale about no battle the Grey Ones have fought, and yet about them all. They have always defended us from the darkspawn, taking losses so we did not have to. Adaptation of a Grey Warden legend. The tale outlined above is widely told, although subject to regional variations. Free marchers might substitute great kings for titles bestowed on their given city-states, and for all the implied army of Wardens is sometimes replaced with two, representative of the natural heroes who fought and defeated the archdemon at Denerim during the Fifth Blight. The beating of wings is a reference to the griffins the Wardens are said to have ridden into battle. Although griffins went extinct long before the recent blight, they still appear in numerous stories, sometimes serving as a metaphor for the Warden's unrestrained courage, but also employed to please an eager audience. Right? The Pentagus. Allow me to correct you on one important point, my friend. The Pentagus are Navarra. Without us, this nation would either still be one of the motley city-states that comprise the Free Marches, or under Legion control. More likely the latter, as only Navarra's strength holds back the Empire's expansion. And by that I refer to the brilliance of Pentagast generals and the influence of Pentagast coin. I find it interesting that you mentioned dragon hunting as our only significant trait. You do understand, I hope, that dragons disappeared centuries ago, only recently returning at the beginning of this age. Some of our clan have taken up the old trait out of nostalgia. My cousin Ferdinand then was prominent among them, but those days are largely gone. Today, there are 14 branches of the family, 18 if one counts our relations among the Van Markhams, each consisting of multiple families and twisting bloodlines connecting us to almost every major house across Thedas. I am fully aware that King Marcus wanes in health, and neither he nor Ferdinand have children, but make no mistake, there will be another Pentagast sitting on the Navarran throne, and that man or woman will lead us into a prosperous future. There will be no civil war. From a letter by Baroness Alia Pentagast. The Kunari. People of the Kun are, perhaps, the least understood group in Thedas. The Kunari Wars were brutal, but so was the Chantry Schism. So was the fall of the Imperium. Some of this misunderstanding is an accident of nature. The race we call Kunari are formidable. Nature has given them fierce horns and strange eyes, and the ignorant look on them and see monsters. Some is an accident of language. Few among the Kun's people speak the common tongue, and few speak it well. In a culture that strives for mastery, to have only a passable degree of skill is humiliating indeed, and so they often keep quiet among foreigners, out of shame. But much of it is a result of the culture itself. The Kunari view their whole society as a single creature, a living entity whose health and well-being are the responsibility of all. Each individual is only a tiny part of the whole, a drop of blood in its veins. Which, actually, it suddenly just occurred to me, actually, Mintriel might be kind of for the Kun a bit. It just occurred to me, like, I had the thought that Mintriel would be, like, for freedom and stuff, because obviously she's Dalish, and she's, generally, like, sees, like, freedom as kind of important, and, because she enjoyed, like, living outside and kind of being connected to nature and all that kind of stuff. But I had mentioned before, like, growing up in the clan, she does have this strong sense of, like, the group over the individual, and kind of, and having, like, a part to play, a role to play in the clan, and kind of putting aside your own needs and wants to some extent, for the sake of the group. And, in some cases, sacrifices of the individual for the greater good being things. So actually, now that I think about it, I don't think she'd be entirely happy about, like, stuff like the re-educators, like, where it's kind of, like, just the torturing people and everything. Like, I think to some extent, morally, she would be opposed to that and would still kind of have a greater sense of a desire for more, like, freedom and individuality. But actually, I think, she could kind of somewhat understand why people would like the Kun and would be into the Kun, now that I think about it, because that whole sense of, like, living for the group, for your society, and doing the role, playing the role that you need to play to help that overall society and everything. I feel like that could kind of appeal to her. So actually, yeah, I feel like usually whenever I play a character that's, like, which most of the time I do play a character that's more, like, for the freedom for the mages and stuff like that, like, generally they tend to be also, like, anti-Kun, because it just kind of falls in line together. But in this case, I feel like that's another thing too, is, like, the way they treat mages, she's not happy about that. So, like, I feel like she can understand. I feel like she's less anti-Kun than I was thinking maybe she would be, but she still obviously is anti-Kun in a lot of ways. Like, she likes the idea of, like, living ready, but she doesn't like how they treat, like, mages, and then to some of the extents to which they go to keep everyone, like, in line and not allow anyone to question anything. She's maybe not into that so much, but yeah. Anyways, let's see. Important not for itself, but for what it is to the whole creature. Because of this, the Kunari most outsiders meet belong to the army, which the Kun regards as if it were the physical body: arms, legs, eyes, and ears, the things a creature needs in order to interact with the world. One cannot get to know a person solely by studying his hand or his foot, and so one cannot truly meet the Kunari until one has visited their cities. That is where their mind and soul dwell. In Saharan and Parvalan, one can truly see the Kunari in their entirety. There, the unification of the Kunari into a single being is most evident. Workers, whom the Qun calls the mind, produce everything the Qunari require. The soul, the priesthood, seeks a greater understanding of the self, the world, and exhorts the body and mind to continually strive for perfection. The body serves as the go-between for the mind, the soul, and the world. Everyone and everything has a place, decided by the Qun, in which they work for the good of the whole. It is a life of certainty, of equality, if not individuality. And just a second. Alright, let's continue on. The Seekers of Truth. The Seekers of Truth aren't Templars, not precisely. Once they were called the Inquisition, but upon the signing of the Navarran Accord, they gave up that name and became the order they are now, standing over as Templars as Watchers and Enforcers. I honestly cannot claim to know more than that. I don't know how many Seekers there are, a few dozen. If they have a base of operations, I don't know where it is, certainly not with any of us. The only time we'll see one is when a Seeker is summoned, perhaps in response to a complaint by one of the first enchanters. They'll investigate the problem, and if it turns out a Templar did something they don't like, he's disciplined, severely, without question. Even the Knight Commander bows to their will. If a Seeker of Truth shows up, you know every last Templar is sweating, hoping their gaze doesn't fall on him. Of course, that changed when the Navarran Accord was broken. I'm told the Chantry broke it, but it was Lord Seeker Lambert who made the announcement. He said the Seekers of Truth and the Templar Order were going to hunt rebel mages, no matter what the Divine commanded. I didn't know he had that authority, that he could just say we would do this and everyone would follow. But we did. I never thought of it that way, but the Seekers have always been our guides. Now they've led us into war. Letter written by Sir Jonathan Perry. Right, the Templar Order, End of an Accord. Most Holy, the Seekers are well aware of the part you played in the rebellion. You call me to the Grand Rook Cathedral in the middle of the night on urgent business, only to speak of trivial matters. And then when I return to the White Spire, I discover chaos, and one of your agents in the midst of the apostates. Did you think I would not notice? Did you believe yourself above repercussions for such acts? It was a dark day when the Chantry placed such an incapable woman upon the Sunburst throne. I will not stand idle and watch you destroy what ages of tradition and righteousness have built. In the 20th year of the Divine Age, the Navarran Accord was signed. The Seekers of Truth lowered our banner and agreed to serve as the Chantry's right hand, and together we created the Circle of Magi. With the Circle no more, I hereby declare the Accord null and void. Now the Seekers of Truth nor the Templar Order recognize Chantry authority, and instead we will perform the Maker's work as it was meant to be done, as we see fit. Signed this day on the 40th year of the Dragon Age, Lord Seeker Lambert Reeves. Right, the Templar Order, traditional role. Often portrayed as stoic and grim, the Order of Templars was created as the martial arm of the Chantry. Armed with the ability to dispel and resist magic in addition to their formidable combat talents, Templars are uniquely qualified to act as both a foil for apostates, mages who refuse to submit to the authority of the Circle, and a first line of defense against the dark powers of blood mages and abominations. While mages often resent the Templars as symbols of the Chantry's control over magic, the people of Theta see them as saviors and holy warriors, champions of all that is good, armed with piety enough to protect the world from the ravages of foul magic. In reality, the Chantry's militant arm looks first for skilled warriors with unshakable faith in the Maker, with a flawless moral center as a secondary concern. Templars must carry off their duty with an emotional distance, and the Order of Templars prefers soldiers with religious fervor and absolute loyalty over paragons of virtue who might question orders when it comes time to make difficult choices. Well, there you can very easily see one of the problems with that led to this whole war, kind of, very easily explained. But anyways, the Templar's power derives from the substance lyrium, a mineral believed to be the raw element of creation. While mages use lyrium in their arcane spells and rituals, Templars ingest the primordial mineral to enhance their abilities to resist and dispel magic. Lyrium use is regulated by the Chantry, but some Templars suffer from lyrium addiction, the effects of which include paranoia, obsession, and dementia. Templars knowingly submit themselves to this treatment in the service of the Order and the Maker. It is this sense of ruthless piety that most frightens mages when they draw the Templars' attention. When the Templars are sent to eliminate a possible blood mage, there is no reasoning with them, and if the Templars are disprepared, the mage's magic is all but useless. Driven by their faith, the Templars are one of the most feared and respected forces in Thedas. Right. The Venatori. I know what you have been telling the others. You mouth the word cult and repeat lies the Chantry has been spitting at us for 1,000 years. Look around you, my friend. See what mighty Tevinter is today, a once-proud nation brought low, barely able to hold itself against the Oxmen. We neutered our mages at the behest of a foreign religion, exalted their false maker, and became the laughingstock of all Thedas. Now we have the chance to reclaim what is rightly ours, but only if we act. We cannot wait to see which way the wind is blowing. We must make it blow. Venatori are hunters, recruited in secret over several years. We will descend with deadly purpose, to spill the blood of the South and make it ripe for conquest. When we return to our homeland, it will be as victors, with a new god as our patron. Then the cowards who refuse to aid us will know their mistake in full. Worded as evidence to the Varangian Circle of Magi. Okay. Alright, let's see. What else do we have here? I guess I should have been checking this a lot earlier. I kind of was just letting it build up here for probably a lot longer than I should have. No, it's a lot to go through all at once, but it is interesting, so yeah. If it wasn't interesting, I would not bother going through it, but I am interested so far, so yeah, let's see. A chant for the departed. The light shall lead her safely through the paths of this world and into the next. For she who trusts in the Maker, fire is her water. As the moth sees light and goes toward flame, she should see fire and go towards light. The veil holds no uncertainty for her, and she will know no fear of death, for the Maker shall be her beacon and her shield, her foundation and her sword. Invocations 10:1, often sung by mourners as they light candles. And, Study of the Fifth Blight, Volume 1. Some of my contemporaries dispute whether the Fifth Blight was a true blight or merely a large darkspawn resurgence. Historians agree that it began in the swamps of the Kokara Wilds on the southeastern border of Ferelden in the year 930 Dragon. King Caelan the Theron was swift in responding to the threat, gathering the royal army, every Grey Warden in his country, and sending a call for aid to the Ferelden nobility. The assembled armies laid a trap in the ruins of Ostagar, hoping to crush the force before it reached civilization. But they failed. Darkspawn overran the defenders of Ostagar and decimated the king and his army. They continued their advance into Ferelden unopposed. Only 2 Grey Wardens managed to escape the slaughter, and somehow they came into possession of ancient treaties, which compelled the races of men to join arms against the massing horde. The surviving Wardens made their way to Kinloch Hold, home of the Ferelden Circle, and conscripted the mages. In desperation to find more allies, the Wardens journeyed into the Brisilian forest, seeking the Dalish. The Elves, too, joined the growing army. Into the deep roads the surviving Wardens went, searching for Peregrine Bronca in hopes she could settle the unrest in Orzammar and unite the dwarves in the battle against the Archdemon. Not only did the Peregrine settle the matter of royal succession, but she also reclaimed the lost secrets of garland manufacture. An army of stone and steel joined the war effort. Vaelanai Dukan was crowned king of Orzammar, and the dwarven armies marched for the surface. Despite their successes, though, greater challenges were yet to come. And now Volume 2. The Wardens sought Arl Eamon, uncle of the late King Caelan, in the hopes of mustering troops from the Ferelden nobility. Upon arriving in Redcliffe, they learned that the Arl had fallen ill and was near death. His knights had gone in pursuit of the fabled ashes of Andraste, Eamon's only hope for a cure, and the village surrounding the keep was beset by a host of animated corpses. The Wardens found and stopped the demon behind the undead before joining the search for Eamon's cure. No one is certain if the Wardens actually located the final resting place of Our Lady Andraste, but whatever they found saved the Arl of Redcliffe. Upon his recovery, Eamon Garen called for a landsmeet, and he and the Wardens traveled to Denram. The gathered lords and ladies of Ferelden found Taran Logain guilty of a number of crimes and sentenced him to execution. Furthermore, the landsmeet granted the throne to Alistair Theron, the lost son of Merrick, and brought witness to his betrothal to Taran Bryce Kuzlin's daughter. I need to take a drink real quick. Oh, sorry. A lot of talking all at once here, going through all this. The nobility then pledged their own armies in the battle against the Blight. The Archdemon clashed with the allied forces at the city of Denram and was eventually slain, but at terrible cost. Much of the city lay in ruin. The warden who rallied the armies was named the Hero of Ferelden and accorded the highest honor. The Fifth Blight ended before most of Thedas knew it had begun, but it left a terrible wound on Ferelden. The losses suffered at Ostagar and Denram greatly compromised the security of the kingdom. Southern Ferelden, from the Kokara Wilds to the edge of the Brennan, are, to this day, a wasteland. It's uncertain how far the ripples from this eventual travel, or what ways it has already stirred. Right, and these ones are not showing that they haven't been read. So have I already read these before? I think, yeah, Prostrate Bride of the Maker. Yeah, I read that one. Okay, so maybe I have read some of these then. Because it's not showing that they haven't been read. Yeah, okay, what about this one? The Conclave. It has been a year of little more than chaos. Yes, the mages voted to dissolve the Circle of Magi, but I will point out, this vote came only after increased restrictions were placed on them following the unfortunate events in Kirkwall. What other choice did they have? Yes, the Templar Order abandoned their duties and neglected to pursue the mages to bring them back in line, but after 1,000 years in which their sole role was the mages' keepers, what else could one expect? They envisioned the war over quickly, a single battle that would see the mages' resolve crumble, after which they would meekly return to confinement. That did not happen. This conflict could drag on forever, with advantage on neither side. Both Templars and mages see this, and thus they have agreed to come to the Conclave. This is our chance. Words need to be said which have not been said. A compromise must be reached because there is no other choice. I believe this with all my heart. I am not without fault in all this. Perhaps I pushed too hard for reform, or not hard enough. The Maker has seen it fit to give me another chance. I will not squander it. The Temple of Sacred Ashes is where... Okay, that's fine. I don't need the online connection right now. Temple of Sacred Ashes is where together we will make history, and with luck we will be remembered kindly for it. Right. The First Inquisition. The birth of the Chantry took place more than 9 ages ago. The mists of time have obscured once well-known facts. It is commonly believed that Chantry alone created the Templars and the Circle of Magi. Few recall there was ever an Inquisition. Those who do believe it predated the Chantry, hunting cultists and mages in a reign of terror ending only upon its transformation into the Templar Order. This is not quite the truth. One must keep in mind the state of Theus prior to the Chantry's creation, a world where the only source of order, the Tevinter Imperium, had fallen apart. People blame magic for the death of Andraste, the blight, the terror they saw every day, and not without reason. Abominations and demons rampaged the countryside. No one was safe. Disparate groups of men and women initially formed the Seekers of Truth, determined to reestablish order because no one else would do what was necessary. The truth they sought, the question they tried to answer, was how to restore sanity in a world gone mad. Was theirs a reign of terror? Perhaps. Evidence suggests they were as vigilant in their protection of mages as they were of regular people. When they intervened, they convened an ad hoc trial to determine the guilty party. This even application of justice led to their poor reputation. The Seekers came down against every group at one time or another, their Inquisition gaining notoriety for being on no one's side but their own. They considered themselves good people, however, followers of the Maker's true commandments. This was never more evident than when they laid down their banner in support of the fledgling Chantry. They believed with all their heart that the Templar Order was the answer a desperate Thetis needed in a terrible time. Ultimately, the Inquisition was composed of independent idealists, not Chantry zealots. That is the truth. Right, well, at least the truth according to some people. Anyways, the Wrath of Heaven. Those who oppose thee shall know the wrath of heaven. Field and forest shall burn, the sea shall rise and devour them, the wind shall tear their nations from the fact of the earth. Lightning shall rain down from the sky. They shall cry out to their false gods and find silence. Canticle of Andraste, 719. Who is Andraste? This question has lingered in the ages since her death, not as easily answered as the faithful assume. Born an Alamari slave in the frontier realm of the Tevinter Imperium, now Ferelden, the chance that she's the bride of the Maker. That he told her in a vision of her role leading the rebellion against the corrupt magisters. Is it true, or, as some early Andrastian cults believed, did a friendly spirit bestow this vision? We must remember that legends of Andraste were multitude. What? Hello? That was weird. Were multitude in the years immediately following her execution, and beliefs we take for granted belong to the cult, victorious in suppressing all others. Indeed, even to suggest there was once disagreement was considered the direst heresy. Until today, when we have lost even the memory of disagreement. All we know for certain is that Andraste inspired a world gripped by tyranny and chaos. She helped spark a war which tore all of Thetis asunder. Alright, magic. Oculara. A skull set upon a staff. These macabre artifacts cause magical shards in the area to glow with magical radiance when a viewer looks through the eyes of the skull. Alexius was quite clear in his orders. We must scour the countryside to find more of the shards. Without them, the Venatori cannot claim the treasure our master seeks. For that, we need the Oculara. Without them, the shards are nearly impossible to find, even if they are no longer cloaked by whatever magic hid them for all these centuries. There must be more tranquil in the area. The rebels abandoned most of them when they fled their circles. Remember, the skull will only attune properly if the tranquil is in close proximity to one of the shards when the demon is forced to possess him. Even then, the blow must be delivered immediately. The ocular produced from tranquil killed even minutes later failed to eliminate the shards when used. I trust you continue your efforts in this matter. Our master expects success. Letter found in an abandoned house in Redcliffe Village. Well, that's horrible. They're not only killing them and using their skulls, but they're literally, like, forcing a demon into him and stuff. That sounds very bad. It sounds really terrible. Okay. Red lyrium. To answer your question, my lord, yes, I have indeed heard of this red lyrium of which you speak. A single piece of it surfaced in the eastern city of Kirkwall, and its influence alone was nearly enough to cause the city's destruction. As near as we can determine, it is regular lyrium that has been somehow corrupted. Those who have touched red lyrium, or even come near it, report that it sings to them, like whispers in the mind that slowly drive them mad. We do not know, however, what might stem from extended contact with red lyrium. Madness, surely, but would there be a physical corruption as well? What would happen if a mage or a Templar used red lyrium as they use regular lyrium? Far more disturbing is the fact that lyrium can be corrupted at all. Treat any red lyrium you encounter as if it were poison. Do not go near it, do not attempt to destroy it, and, most importantly, do not attempt to use it. From a partially written letter by an unknown writer affixed with the Grey Warden's seal. Okay. Spirits and demons. A spirit of the purest, hold on. When first I summoned her, she was a rose, unwithering, unchanging, and unthorned, a spirit of the purest love one knows, who never hated, coveted, or scorned. Second time I drew her across the veil, and shared a walk, a dance, a stolen kiss, with such a perfect beauty, pure and pale, no woman could compare, no man resist. Then in my weakness I essayed a third, the magisters their warnings did impart. She broke my binding with a single word, and said this smiling as she clutched my heart, though love I was, your passion's changing fire has forged a spirit into cruel desire. Interesting. The breach. What does it mean to pierce the veil, that which separates our world from the realm of dreams and demons? For the average man and woman, it is a frightening thought to consider just how fragile this separation actually is. The veil is not a physical curtain, not a structure limited to a particular place. It is everywhere. It is in their home, in the streets where they walk, in farmers' fields as well as remote mountain vales. At any moment it could be torn to shreds, allowing demons and other horrors to flood into our world like water through a burst dam. No Lord tells us that small rifts can be sealed, but what about a large one? What if some catastrophic magical event created a rift so large and horrific it weakened the integrity of the veil as a whole? Such a breach would threaten our entire world, turning concerns about occasional demonic intrusion into a charming antidote compared to the monsters we would then face. If there is anything to be done, any reason we should look at magic with fear, it is for that possibility more than any other. From The Truth of Magic by Lady Seeker Alondra Vale. Alright, the Lost Art of Veilfire. Though it is an elven magic, I submit that Veilfire is worthy of consideration, for they perfected it at the height of their civilization. Certainly, mages often use it as a source of light, for its flame burns without wood or oil. It can also activate dormant spells, which has its uses. Veilfire's true potential, however, is as a medium for writing. Veilfire runes convey more than the literal meaning of their text. Veilfire can transfer a tangible impression of sight, sounds, and even emotions on the reader. With diligent practice, any mage can learn this astonishing technique, but compared to the ancient elvish examples, current works are crude. I hope this book will guide those who, like myself, would rekindle an interest in this delicate art. Together, let us rediscover subtleties lost to the ages. From Veilfire, a beginner's primer with numerous teachings, exercises, and applications by Magister Pendicus. Right? Vitar. After extensive study of the Kunari specimens you kindly provided, I've come to the conclusion that the painted markings on their face and body are not, in fact, solely for ceremonial purpose, but provide a practical benefit. Oh, I'm certain there is some cultural significance to the patterns and colors they choose, but the Kunari do nothing without purpose, yes? They call these markings Vitar, which in their tongue means poison armor. It's called this because the markings are magical in nature and actually harden their skin to an iron-like quality without hindering flexibility, and my analysis says the paint consists largely of poison. It's mixed with something else, blood, perhaps their own, and that neutralizes the poison, but only for one with Kunari physiology. Anyone else would perish almost instantly, which reminds me, I'll commonly require another body slave. The process activates the magical qualities of the poison, which provides the protective effects almost in the same manner that lyrium runes do. How this works and whether it can be used for our purposes will require further study, perhaps some live specimens this time. From a letter written by Numeria, and his apprentice to Magister Varus. And Tevinter doing some fucked up experimental shit. Pieces. Deep roads. Now we know about the deep roads already. Is anything of interest here? Yeah, I think we kind of already know the gist of that. Haven. I would like to speak to you of Haven, the village in the Frostbacks close to the Temple of Sacred Ashes. We are all aware of its past. It was home to the disciples of Andraste, as they called themselves. Descended from the people who built the temple itself, they had strayed, over years of isolation, from their once noble roots to become dragon worshippers. After the hero of Ferelden discovered the Temple of Sacred Ashes, which the disciples guarded jealously, what remained of the cult moved on, and Haven was abandoned to the ice and the snow. I passed through Haven on my pilgrimage to see the Temple of Sacred Ashes. There was a storm, and I took shelter in the hall of Haven's chantry. Though they were dusty from neglect, the walls of that lonely place were strong and shielded me from the biting winds. Peace came upon me, and my eyes were opened to Haven's incredible beauty. It could not be overcome by the pain and the horror of the past. It could not be masked by decay and disuse. It would not be forgotten. Haven is precious to Orlais, to the chantry, and to the Sunburst Throne for its historical and religious significance. It is my will that Haven be restored, rededicated to the service of Andraste, and preserved for the ages. Let it be a sanctuary for the pilgrims who seek out the Temple of Sacred Ashes. May they rest here beneath the cold, bright skies. May the glory of the Maker be revealed to them. as I gaze upon the grey peaks that are the work of his hand. Now and forevermore, let this be a haven for the faithful. From a speech by Divine Justinian V. Alright. Ferelden after the Blight. One need only stroll through the Denra market to appreciate Ferelden's resilience. You would be hard-pressed to believe that Darkspawn ravaged the city within our lifetime. Scars remain for the people who lived through it, but life moves forward. Now children play in the streets, children for whom the Blight is a story their parents tell. I once heard a small boy ask what a Darkspawn was. To him, it was only a word he heard from the older youths. We teach that a learned child is a blessing upon his parents and unto the Maker. Drossai forgive me, but I felt joy at his smiling ignorance. King Alistair and his wife made such a scene possible. Some say the Queen's absence weighs on our king's mind. Even so, his actions are a puzzle to me. Despite the events at Kirkwall, Ferelden continues to offer refuge to the rebel mages, which will only bring trouble to our doorsteps. It already has. Rumors among the merchants suggest that Starkhaven places sanctions on trade as a sign of protest. One hears of conflict in the hinterlands between Templars and mages. Mother Diana says I am to accompany her to the conclave in Haven. She says to have faith in divine Justinia, and that, whatever comes, we shall see the Maker's will done. I think of those smiling children who have not grown up with death and fear, and I pray it is so. Letter from Sister Kira of the Denram Chantry to her sister in the Free Marches, right? Here's Navarra. First time I attempted to cross the border into Navarra from Orlais and was turned back by Chevaliers, I decided to take the more roundabout path. Oh, yeah, I remember reading that one before. Redcliffe. I think there's some new stuff here. King Callan had there, and once famously declared, the fate of Redcliffe is the fate of all Ferelden. Certainly the castle is the first and last defense for the sole land route into Ferelden, and the country has never fallen to any force that did not first capture Redcliffe. The castle, which despite being 3 times captured is popularly described as unassailable, also guards one of the largest and most prosperous towns in Ferelden. Redcliffe village is well situated in the mountain pass to Orzammar and the Orlesian border, and so serves as a center of foreign trade. For these reasons, Redcliffe is accounted an Arling despite the smallness of the domain. The inhabitants of Redcliffe village are primarily fishermen or merchants who ship dwarven goods to the pass from Orlais to Denram. When the entire village smells of smoked fish on certain late autumn mornings, the merchants in their finery do their utmost to pretend otherwise. The events of the Ferelden Civil War left Redcliffe in tatters. Its reconstruction has been a slow process, but the city has made a remarkable recovery after its ordeal at the hands of young Lord Connor Garin. After the Battle of Denram, Arl Eamon gave the Arling over to his younger brother in order to devote his full attention to advising the throne. He left the new Arl Tegan with the monumental task of rebuilding the town, and perhaps the even greater challenge of dealing with the influx of mages into the area following the breaking of the circles. Right, Saharan. The goal is fear. The Qunari and Saharan's markets must fear that everyone who serves their food is a rebel looking for a chance to slip poison onto Qunari's plate. The rebels must fear that every farmer they pass in the fields is a Ben Hassra spy ready to bring soldiers running. And the commoners, the peasants, they must fear everyone. They see rebels like fires that kill Qunari and commoner alike. They see Ben Hassrath arrest commoners who all know are innocent. When these events do not occur naturally, it is our duty to catalyze the process. Only when the commoners of Saharan fear the rebels and hate the Qunari will the Imperium be seen as the preferable option. The actions we take here may seem cruel, but to succeed, we must agitate until all of Saharan hates both the rebels and the Qunari for their actions. Only when the people are broken can we save them. Only when they fear all others will they accept the aid of the Imperium. Any good soldier will kill 10 men to save 20. We must bring terror to Saharan so we might one day bring peace. We start from a training mail given to Tevinter Opters joining the Sakari, whose existence has been officially denied. Of course, Temple of Sacred Ashes rediscovered. According to legend, the Sacred Ashes of Andraste were carried out of the Imperium by Havard, disciple of Our Lady. Wounded by Tevinter's soldiers when he tried to stop Andraste's capture, Havard was too late in coming to Minrathous to stop the execution. All he found was her ashes, left out in the elements. As soon as Havard touched them, Andraste appeared in a vision. "Rise," she said, "Aegis of the Faith. The Maker shall never forget you so long as I remember." The Aegis of the Faith, so named by our prophet herself, stood at her word and found his wounds healed and his spirit renewed. He gathered the ashes of Andraste and returned to the lands of the Almari tribes, which are now Ferelden. Instead, the Andraste song led him to a holy site, where Havard and his followers built a temple to house her remains. There the legend ends. For centuries, men searched for the Temple of Sacred Ashes, finding only rumors and tall tales. Chantu scholars concluded that there was no temple. There were no sacred ashes. It was all a myth, allegory intended to inspire and feed the fire of faith. Then the hero Ferelden came. Seeking to cure a dying Arl with the miraculous powers of the ashes, the hero, with the help of renowned scholar brother Ferdinand Genetivi, traced the steps of the ancients and came to a remote ruin high in the Frostback Mountains. There, the urn of sacred ashes waited, as the legend said it would. After the triumph of the righteous over the fifth blight, the temple's discovery was shared with the world. Much to our dismay, however, by the time our soldiers arrived at the temple, the urn had disappeared. To this day, we do not know who took them or why. All that is certain is that it was the Maker's will. The hero Felton did not share the discovery with the world, and brother Genetivi, whose research made it possible, had disappeared without a trace. Truth, however, was always out, and rumors circulated about the cause of Arl Eamon Garen's miraculous recovery. Agents of the Chantry investigated claims about the Urn of Sacred Ashes, and were eventually led, as the hero had been led, to the temple. By the time our soldiers reached it, however, the urn was nowhere to be found. Though the ashes were gone, the temple itself stood, and it has since become a source of hope for the faithful. If the Grand Cathedral is the beating heart of our Chantry, then the Temple of Sacred Ashes is her soul. Here we honor the Chantry's past, even as we forge bravely into our future. From a lecture delivered by Chantry scholar Mother Clothild at the University of Relay. Okay. Black Emporium. Let's see. It is a myth, of course, nothing more. Tales of a mysterious underground shop run by an immortal, perhaps undead, proprietor who peddles impossible and implausible goods have circulated for decades among the Templars. Now and then, a zealous or curious knight will go looking for the place to no avail. Stories place the Black Emporium in Crookwell's Darktown, the sewers of Val Royeaux, in the back of an empty boathouse in Lemarin, at the top of a tower in Marnes Pell, and hidden beneath the skirts of the giant statue of Andraste at the Murdain. No reputable source has ever found it, and none ever will, because it does not exist. You will, of course, hear the standard justifications. It appears only to the worthy. It appears only to the uninvited. It is hidden by blood magic. It exists only in the Fade. Rubbish. There is no magic that can hide an entire shop full of trinkets from the eyes of a seeker of truth. And I am not just saying that because I searched for 6 months and didn't find it. Shut up, Tristan. From a letter by Seeker Benedict to Divine Justinian V. Alright then. Let's see. The Fallowmire. I spent the last week in the Fallowmire. The bog stretches forever, and it's slow riding at night when the mists get thick. You can still travel on the old roads, and there's enough good hunting to make the trip worthwhile. Fish, birds, even a few hearts. There's one thing to look out for, though. When anything dies in the water, the mire preserves it. I was stalking a magnificent buck when a corpse clawed out of the water at me. I'm not afraid to say I ran. No rag of antlers is worth fighting a demon. My cousin in Fisherson thought it was funny. Says he has to look out for undead every time he goes outside the village. I don't know how he stands it. Diary of a Hunter from Denrim. Resources found here: Blood Lotus, Dawn Lotus, Summerstone, and Blue Trail. Good, I'm going to need that Dawn Lotus there for sure. So we'll probably end up going there soon enough. Let's see, the Forbidden Oasis. I met Bayard and Val Furman. From here, we will travel with the miners to the western approach. I already missed the sound of your voice, but the contract they offered will provide for us, and what is a year if I know you are waiting at the end of it? Bayard says the miners called the place the Forbidden Oasis. I feared perhaps the water was poisonous, you hear of such things, or that the area was home to one of the beasts in Joachim's books. Bayard simply laughed and told me not to worry so much. When I asked how the oasis earned its dramatic name, Bayard replied, "Don't ask about the door." Except from a letter written to his wife, Lynette. No further correspondence was sent. Alright then. Stuff found here: elf root, spindleweed, blood lotus, dragonthorn, witchstock. Okay, some interesting stuff. The hinterlands. My lord Arl Tegan, I retired to the hinterlands for peace and quiet away from the politics, and because the wide open spaces were perfect to let my horses run. Instead, the war between the mages and the Templars has turned your beautiful hills into a series of burning battlefields. The farmers who live in the hinterlands are good folk. Many of them left Redcliffe Village because I couldn't bear to be there anymore, not after the Blight and the Walking Dead left so many bad memories. Now I've got apostates running around setting fire to anyone who looks at them sideways, and Templars looting houses and cutting down those who protest as mage sympathizers. My wife Elena sent off our field hands to stay with her family in the east, but there are a lot of poor people here with nowhere to go. We get more refugees every day, this village attacked by mad mages, or that farmstead burned to the ground by Templars who can't tell a hoe from a staff. I suppose you're stretched thin, but anything you can do to lessen the burden of these poor folk would be much appreciated. I'll do as I can, and if your men need better mounts, say the word. And stuff like to you, my lord. Remember not to let Duchess puff out her gut when you saddle her. Yours in service, Dennett. Letter from Redcliffe's former horsemaster to Arl Tegan of Redcliffe, undelivered. Okay. Interesting. The Storm Coast. I cannot say whether the Storm Coast receives more inclement weather than any other stretch of northern Ferelden coastline. That hasn't stopped the region from boasting more than its fair share of tragic tales. If all are to be believed, rich merchant ships blank the depths due to the follies of their proud captains. The infamous, and likely fictional, pirate, Daniel of Sal gave up the sea to become a grey warden while standing on these shores, and countless young women pined for grooms lost to the waves. I witnessed nothing so fanciful on my brief sojourn to the coast. However, the area is sparsely populated, and as I watched the waking sea strike the shore, I could see why such tales are born. Right, the Summer Bazaar. We rededicate this jewel of Alrayo as the Summer Bazaar of the First Lion to reflect the spirit of renewal that is at the heart of the capital and of our people. Let the strength of the four always guard the grace of the Empire, let the blossoms and promise of the changing seasons be a tribute to trade and public gathering. For here, in the name of the Lion Valmont, we will be an example to the world of how our legions respond to adversity. Our way cannot be threatened, for it embodies the truth of tradition and the promise of progress. The blight finds no purchase in the heart of commerce. Okay, plaque dedicating the Summer Bazaar for victories earned and to come. Okay. Valrayo. Valrayo. Any resident, Oroyan, will say it is the greatest city in the world. Many take such pride for arrogance, but they do so through smiles as they nod in agreement, for such is the cost of doing business in the capital. Valrayo is in every way a world leader, in commerce, culture, and its own exaggerated beauty. The site was founded during Evreon's grand unification, the result of a mix of influences not so much balanced as driven together. And while such an amalgamation would be cause for chaos elsewhere, the prosperity of the region has enabled an upward spiral of indulgence. The capital has endured the ages to become a beacon of civilization, and its citizens the measure of modernity. Just ask them. An element of Valrayo is notoriously risque, and it exists harmoniously beside the aristocracy and the palace bureaucrats. Indeed, the aristocracy tends to indulge in the city's darker side quite frequently, if discreetly, and that only adds to the mystique. Nobility elsewhere tend to be much more conservative and concerned about their reputation, even if a trip into the capital to indulge a few private pleasures is not completely out of the question. In Valrayo, transgressions are suffered and forgiven with flamboyant urgency. That is not to say the city is without lasting scandal or hardship, but one must squint past the gilding to be allowed even a glimpse, as Royans are very careful about the face they present. Such it is with the mass of nobility and the underbelly of their straits. What? Okay, tales. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Empress of Fire. Empress of Fire, believe in us all, embrace us with arm. Oh, once again, it's okay. Empress of Fire, in the reign of the Lion, eclipsed in the eye of the Empire of we are legions. Empress of Fire, what season may come, we fight for the day, you'll restore our heart and bring us to glory. We are forever in your graces. Empress of Fire, save us, everyone. The nation reviles, the course is but run, and end has begun. Empress of Fire, okay, I don't care. To be honest, is this all just like poems? Oh yeah, this is just like the bard songs, okay. I don't really particularly care then. See, notorious raider trash. You want to know about my raider friends, huh? What in the world would make a goody-goody like you poke your nose in such a dirty business? Well, there's good Sir Thaddeus, of course. Some people say he runs the Armada. He doesn't. No one does. The Armada is a collection of ships, and each one is like a nation unto itself. Its own rules, its own people, its own leader. Thaddeus is respected, of course. You don't sink a half-dozen Orlesian frigates without earning at least some respect. He's a dangerous man, but he's no king of the Armada. Anyone tells you that, they're lying or misinformed. Then there's Lachlan Poole. Likes to sail around the southern cape of Ravane, rattling his sabler and posturing like it means something. No one really cares what Lachlan Poole does, though only a fool will say that to his face. You see, the thing about Lachlan Poole is he's got gold. Lots of it. All aren't their legitimate means, even. He still has his trading company somewhere in the marches, and hires people to run it while he plays adventurer on the high seas. The Armada lets him do it because it always pays to have friends with coin. The one you should really watch out for is Ionto. They call him the Talon, the terror of Lemarin, but most often, that crooked bastard might kill you in your sleep. Slavery, murder, torture, nothing is too much for Ionto. He'd traffic in souls if he discovered a way to distract them from people. In fact, I'm sure he gets some Tevinter cronies working on that right this second. I'm sure there's coin to be made in stolen souls somewhere. The Imperium, probably. Isabella, self-proclaimed Queen of the Eastern Seas. Right? Okay, and then... what did I miss in here? That, okay. And then tutorials. I don't think I really need to look at any of this stuff in any particular way. Okay. Okay. There we go. Alright. All of that is caught up now. Now let me see. Okay. Alright, let us... after all that reading, let's finally get into playing some game.
stand only in
Alright, let's go check the war table real quick, and need to actually finally go confront the Venatori. Alright, let's see. Anything else to do on here before then? I don't think so. I think we were all wrapped up. Yep, okay.
Master Dennett's horses are a fine addition to our stables. I will see they are well tended.
Right. Good. Good, Cullen. Very good. In Hush Whisper's time. Not choosing the mages will make it impossible to work with the Templars. Okay. Redcliffe Castle and the mages who could close the breach are under the control of Magister Garion Alexius, a Venatori cultist with an unhealthy interest in Llewellyn and the power to reorder time itself. He has kindly invited Llewellyn to the castle, alone, to negotiate. It's an obvious trap, but Liliana and her agents can infiltrate the castle and remove the Venatori threat while Alexius' attention is diverted. Dangerous game, but it's our best chance. Alright, and we are actually over level for this point, so we're definitely ready to be getting on here. Okay, let us go.
We don't have the manpower to take the castle. Either we find another way in, or give up this nonsense and go and get the Templars.
Redcliffe is in the hands of a Magister. This cannot be allowed to stand.
The letter from Alexius asked for the Herald of Andraste by name. It's an obvious trap.
Let's see, we need to stop arguing.
We can't waste time fighting among ourselves. We have to come to an agreement.
A Tevinter Magister controls Redcliffe, invites us to the castle to talk, and some of us want to do nothing.
Not this again.
Redcliffe Castle is one of the most defensible fortresses in Ferelden. It has repelled thousands of assaults. If you go in there, you'll die, and we'll lose the only means we have of closing these rifts. I won't allow it.
And if we don't even try to meet Alexius, we lose the mages and leave a hostile foreign power on our doorstep.
Even if we could assault the keep, it would be for naught. An Orlesian Inquisition's army marching into Ferelden would provoke a war. Our hands are tied.
The Magister
has outplayed us.
There must be a way.
We can't just give up. There has to be something we can do.
We cannot accept defeat now. There must be a solution.
Oh, we could be like, contact the Arl. We need another way inside.
Other than the main gate, there's got to be another way into the castle. A sewer? A watercourse? Something.
There's nothing I know of that would work.
Wait. There is a secret passage into the castle, an escape route for the family. It's too narrow for our troops, but we could send agents through.
Too risky. Those agents will be discovered well before they reach the Magister.
That's why we need a distraction. Perhaps the envoy Alexius wants so badly.
While they're focused on Llewellyn, we break the Magister's defenses. It could work, but it's a huge risk.
Fortunately, you'll have help.
This man says he has information about the Magister and his methods, Commander.
Your spies will never get past Alexius's magic without my help. So if you're going after him, I'm coming along.
The plan puts you in the most danger. We can't in good conscience order you to do this. We can still go after the Templars if you'd rather not play the bait. It's up to you.
Mintriel doesn't mind playing the bait. I mean, not that she necessarily enjoys it, but, you know, she'll do what she feels is necessary here to help people out. She doesn't, you know, she wants to help the mages out, and she doesn't want to allow Tevinter to get a hold on things, so yeah. Especially given their racism against elves that the Tevinter have, yeah. Yeah, and the slavery and all that stuff, yeah, no, she is not feeling any of that. Let's see. Okay. Let's confirm. Yep, we are going to side with the mages. Or kind of recruit the mages, rather, more or less. Yes, Dorian, you may come. And then I will bring Sandra and Sulis. Yes.
Announce us.
The Magister's invitation was for Mistress Llewellyn and no one else. You lot wait here.
They're negotiators.
They have to accompany me. You wouldn't deprive me of my attachés, would you?
Totally not ominous at all here.
My Lord Magister, the agents of the Inquisition have arrived.
My friend, it's so good to see you again. And your associates, of course. I'm sure we can work out some arrangement that is equitable to all parties.
Are we mages to have no voice in deciding our fate?
Fiona, you would not have turned your followers over to my care if you did not trust me with their lives.
I like the one because you simply ooze trust. I don't think Mintriel would kind of go for that right now, but I do like that line. Perhaps we should include her.
If the Grand Enchanter wants to be part of these talks, then I welcome her as a guest of the Inquisition.
Thank you.
The Inquisition needs mages to close the breach, and I have them. So, what shall you offer in exchange?
I guess we'll stay... Yeah, I mean, our goal is as a distraction right now anyways, so we will stay civil for now. Won't load things up just yet. We have connections.
The Inquisition has many backers among the Orlesian nobility. I'm sure we can find suitable compensation.
I'm not sure what the Orlesian nobility have to offer that I don't already possess.
She knows everything, Father.
Felix, what have you done?
Oh, okay, Felix. I was trying to keep things rolling for now, to give my people some time. You didn't have to just come right out with it like that and blow my cover, but okay. Why are you really here?
You wanted me here. Why?
Do you know what you are? You walk into my stronghold with your stolen mark, a gift you don't even understand, and think you're in control. You're nothing but a mistake.
What was supposed to happen?
If I'm a mistake, what exactly was the breach supposed to accomplish?
It was to be a triumphant moment for the Elder One. For this world.
Father, listen to yourself. Do you know what you sound like?
He sounds exactly like the sort of villainous cliché everyone expects us to be.
Exactly.
Dorian, I gave you a chance to be a part of this. You turned me down. The Elder One has power you would not believe. He will raise the Imperium from its own ashes.
Who is the Elder One?
That's who you serve.
I love
Souls
Souls
Divine. Is he a mage?
Soon he will become a god. He will make the world bow to mages once more. We will rule from the Boric Ocean to the frozen seas.
You can't involve my people in this.
Alexius, this is exactly what you and I talked about never wanting to happen. Why would you support this?
Stop it, Father. Give up the Venatori. Let the Southern Mages fight the breach, and let's go home.
No, it's the only way, Felix. He can save you.
Save me?
There is a way. The Elder One promised, if I undo the mistake at the temple.
I'm going to die. You need to accept that.
Seize them, Venatori. The Elder One demands this woman's life.
We're one step ahead of you there.
Your men are dead, Alexius.
You are a mistake. You should never have existed. No!
Blood of the Elder One. Where'd they come from?
Well, alright. Got sent back in time, I believe, right? Or is it forward in this case? I can't remember. We'll find out soon enough. Time shenanigans. Oh gosh, Dorian, come on. I'm not a warrior. You're gonna have to survive. Don't take up all my freaking potions while you do it, please. Oh my god. Dorian. I gotta get you leveled up. Tempted to use my bees. I need you to freaking die. Okay, Dorian, I am not a warrior, so I could not kick the aggro there,
It's probably not what
sorry.
Alexius intended. The rift must have moved us to what? The closest confluence of arcane energy?
The last thing I remember, we were in the castle hall.
Let's see. If we're still in the castle, it isn't. Oh, of course, it's not simply where, it's when. Alexius used the amulet as a focus. It moved us through time.
What? How far?
Did we go forward in time or back, and how far?
Those are excellent questions. We'll have to find out, won't we? Let's look around, see where the rift took us. Then we can figure out how to get back. If we can.
Assuming we can, hopefully. What was supposed to happen?
What was Alexius trying to do?
I believe his original plan was to remove you from time completely. If that happened, you would never have been at the Temple of Sacred Ashes or mangled his Elder One's plan. I think your surprise in the castle hall made him reckless. He tossed us into the rift before he was ready. I countered it. The magic went wild, and here we are. Make sense?
Not really.
It just seems so insane.
I don't even want to think about what this will do to the fabric of the world. We didn't travel through time so much as punch a hole through it and toss it into the privy. But don't worry. I'm here. I'll protect you.
And I'll protect you, because you're the one who's fallen face down with the guards attacking you, dude. Well, but I can't really protect you that well, because I'm not a tank, but we'll do what we can. But, yeah, you get the magic side of things, I'll get the stabby side of things, and we'll do the best we can. What about the others?
There were others in the hall. Could they have been drawn through the rift?
I doubt it was large enough to bring the whole room through. Alexius wouldn't risk catching himself or Felix in it. They're probably still where and when we left them. In some sense, anyway.
Do you know this Elder One?
Alexius mentioned an Elder One in the hall. Do you know who he was talking about?
Leader of the Venatori, I suspect. Some magister aspiring to godhood. It's the same old tune. Let's play with magic we don't understand. It will make us incredibly powerful. Evidently, it doesn't matter if you rip apart the fabric of time in the process.
Yep. What if we can't get back?
And what happens if we can't get back?
Then we get comfortable in our new present.
Yep, but hopefully that's just not necessary, of course. Okay, now try not to use up all— oh my god, you already used up 4 of my freaking potions. Dude. I'm gonna need you to be a bit better than this. Of course, you do need leveling up. That's probably one of the reasons. But of course, I couldn't level you up before, but now Especially because technically we're supposed to be level 4 to 7 here, and we're level 10, and because of the trials, it scales everyone to the level, so for you to be not having your levels at level 10 is kind of rough, so maybe a little bit my bad for coming in here so late in terms of the development. Okay, but you definitely need some barrier. Definitely need guardian spirit. Yes, all of that, dispel, revive, all of that for sure. And then we are going to give you down the path of fire. Let's see. You ignite an enemy with searing pain and send them fleeing in panic, or you unleash a massive explosion, leaving enemies in the area burning in agony. Interesting. Let's see. Eldritch Detonator ability. Use on incapacitated foes for a combo. Interesting. So this is like single target, whatever. I guess we'll just get both of these for now. And then after you land a critical hit, your next spell cast doesn't trigger a cooldown period. Okay, we can go for that. Wait, does this one have less abilities? Then maybe not. I guess not, it's just a very different shape of the tree. Okay, let me do update to barrier. Which one do we want to go for? Each time a barrier you have cast expires, its cooldown time is reduced, or your barrier floats strength for longer before it begins to decay. I feel like the others I may have gone with this one, but I kind of like the idea that cooldown time is reduced each time it expires, so that we can use it more frequently, because I feel like being able to cast more frequently would be very nice. And then what is this one? That helps them recover stamina more quickly. That would be nice. Well, okay. Let's see. You've mastered the Summoning of Fire, increasing your effectiveness when panicking or burning enemies. That sounds nice. What's this? When you cast a fire spell, the spell consumes half of your current barrier to empower it. The larger the barrier consumed, the greater this bonus spell's damage. I don't know if I want to go for that right now. Your spells burn away ambient magic, though others slow down your casting. Every spell you cast shortens your active cooldown times. Yeah, I guess we'll go for that. Just get up your stats for right now, I think seems like a decent idea. Okay, and you know, I didn't think actually to bring anything specifically for you, Dorian, but maybe I might have something for you. This is definitely better than whatever you have. And then armor. Wait a minute, I don't have anything. Don't have anything better to give you in that regard, so that kind of sucks. Accessories, though I do have this. And then I don't have any rings to give you right now. I guess you can take this amulet of Constitution for now. I should have thought maybe to bring some stuff for you, but I just didn't even think about it. So sorry, Dorian. You're just gonna have to deal with that for now. Okay, there we go. Oh, and I also need to update your stuff. Lower reserve, follow Mintriel. And then tactics, make this one preferred. Spell preferred. Survival preferred. And we'll go for that. And then you can use your fire stuff whenever you want, I guess, for now, unless I find reason to do otherwise. Okay. Cool. Let's go. Was I supposed to be able to go into any of these? No? Okay, I think it's just pinging stuff, like, way above us or something. Alright, let's go see what's going on. Officer Longbow, okay.
Alexius has made a dreadful mess of this place, hasn't he?
I didn't see this part of the castle.
It was covered in the tackiest carvings of wolves and dogs I'd ever seen. This is not an improvement.
Yeah, definitely not. I'll take the tacky carvings over the red lyrium for sure. Oh, is this just loot? Do I need to go the other way? Right. Even though we don't know where we are, still always gotta be looting, Dorian. You'll get used to it soon enough as part of my crew. Pick up anything we can to help our cause. Hey, who are you?
Andraste blessed me, Andraste blessed me. My tears are my sins, my sins, my sins. Andraste guide me, Andraste guide me.
I know you.
Lisas. Hello? Do you remember me?
Andraste blessed me, Andraste blessed me.
Oh, that is not encouraging right now. Alright. Okay, enemies up ahead. Get ready to rock and roll. Means barrier up, Dorian. Yes, make them panic, please.
One down.
Yep, I'm coming, Dorian. Don't worry. Gosh, use all my potions before we get to the boss battles, man. Ugh. I have a limited number, Dorian. Does it matter which way I go here? Don't really know that it does. But I would like all possible loot. And any kind of lore or anything.
The light shall lead her safely through the paths of this world and into the next. For she who trusts in the Maker, fire is her water.
Hey, Cassandra.
You've returned to us. Can it be? Has Andraste given us another chance? Maker, forgive me. I failed you. I failed everyone. The end must truly be upon us if the dead return to life.
I didn't die.
I'm not back from the dead, Cassandra. I just got... Well, this is hard to explain.
I was there. The Magister obliterated you with a gesture.
Alexius sent us forward in time. If we find him, we may be able to return to the present.
Go back in time? Then, can you make it so that none of this ever took place?
I'll do my best.
That's my hope.
Alexius is master. After you died, we could not stop the Elder One from rising. Empress Celine was murdered. The army that swept in afterwards, it was a horde of demons. Nothing stopped them. Nothing.
This time we'll stop them.
We'll stop all that from happening. I promise.
Maker, guide us all.
Alright, so you got a level up, Cassandra. Okay. Let's see. I have an awkward time for a level up, but nevertheless, we'll do it. What is this? Take a portion of the damage they inflict. So that sounds pretty good. Let's go for that. Okay, at least now we have a tank. So Dorian can stop throwing down all my freaking potions, man. Hey, Solus. Surprised you would let yourself get captured like this.
We saw you die. The spell Alexius cast displaced us in time. We just got here, so to speak.
Can you reverse the process? You could return and obviate the events of the last year. It may not be too late.
You look ill.
You look bad. Is there anything I can do to help?
I am dying, but no matter. If you can undo this, they can all be saved. This world is an abomination. It must never come to pass.
We'll have to go up. I've heard the guards saying that Alexius barricaded himself in the throne room.
Alright. Fair enough. First of all, you have a level up here, so let's take care of that. What is this? Sure. There, sounds good enough. Okay. Let's see, what else is there to grab? Well, what was on the other side there, then? Or is that where we're going now? Yeah, I think we're good, right? Hopefully. Did I just miss something? No. Wait, which way do I go then? Up? This door, I guess? Where am I supposed to be going right now? Look, I got myself a little lost. Where the hell am I supposed to be going right now? That's where we came from. I'm missing something. Hello? Which way do we go, guys? I think I missed something about where we're supposed to be going. So if we go down here, it just takes us through here. And there's no way forward. I guess, do we go back up? Back the way we came? Maybe? Do we just go back the way we came? That's not where it's pointing me on the marker, but it's possible. Okay, no. Hey guys, where the hell do I go? Must be missing some kind of passageway. Alright, let me go back. Let me follow the markers. Let's see if I can figure out where the hell I'm supposed to be going. Clearly, I'm supposed to keep moving forward. Now, we don't want to drop down into that nonsense. It's pointing me like this way. But it's like it's expecting me to still find companions. Oh, there's Fiona. Maybe that's what I had to find. There we go.
You're alive. I saw you disappear into the rift.
What happened to you?
I don't understand. What's happened to you?
Red lyrium. It's a disease. The longer you're near it, eventually you become this. Then they mine your corpse for more.
Can you tell us the date? It's very important.
Harvest Mir. 942 Dragon.
942? Then we've missed an entire year.
Oh, so was I supposed to come here first? I think maybe I was supposed to come here first before I got my companions. Whoops. But yeah. Oh, we need to go back.
We have to get out of here. Go back in time.
Please, stop this from happening. Alexius serves the Elder One, more powerful than the Maker. No one challenges him and lives.
I'll do all I can.
I promise I will do everything in my power to set things right.
Our only hope is to find the amulet that Alexius used to send us here. If it still exists, I can use it to reopen the rift at the exact spot we left. Maybe.
Good.
I said, maybe. It might also turn us into paste.
You must try. Your spy master, Leliana. She is here. Find her. Quickly. Before the Elder One learns you're here.
Alright. Have to go find Liliana.
If red lyrium is an infection, Maker, why is it coming out of the walls?
Are you sure you want to find out?
Because it's some nasty shit, that's why. Oh, thanks for the barrier. Okay, Cassandra, let's have you grab. So unless you don't need to barrier us right now, so just do that. Nice, we got our Solus back to set up our combos. Perfect. Shit. No, you do not escape me. I shall kill you. Man, Dorian is freaking squishy, man. Gosh, look at him, half health already.
If this madness is to be undone, we must focus on Alexius.
Ooh, level 11. Cool. Okay, well now I hate to pause this dramatic moment, but let me go level up real fast. Okay, what do I want? It's got deeper into foes current health lower than your own. That would be nice. I feel like almost like I was gonna go without. Oh, that's right, and I decided to go more for the poison, though. What is this one? Your poisons curdle the blood of your targets. Enemies that die will poison explode in a shower of toxic mist. That sounds pretty nice. I'm gonna go for that. Yeah, at some point I will get some new abilities, but I don't know, right now I feel like the abilities I have are pretty much working well. I just need... Yeah, like, and if I get more, I feel like I'm gonna be struggling to get the stamina to really use a lot of them. So I'm mostly just interested in upgrading passes and stuff for the particular moment. What is this? A prayer to the new god. Praise his name, who has risen from the darkness. Praise his name, who has striven for the light. Praise his name, who has walked the golden city. Praise his name. The old gods are no more. The maker never was. The new god is among us. Praise his name. And that you don't say his name at all here, so that we don't get that knowledge quite yet. It's kind of funny. It's like, praise his name, praise his name, praise his name, but we don't actually say his name at all here, so the player doesn't know yet that he's the guy from that Dragon Age 2 DLC. Ugh. But we will learn soon enough. Soon enough indeed. Let's see. Guard's journal. Alexius keeps asking for patrols of the walls. Waste of time, if you ask me. The Inquisition ground themselves to a pulp against the walls ages ago. Ferelden made 3 attempts to lay siege here before the last stuff got crushed out of them. Who's left out there to threaten us? The mountain barbarians? But Alexius seems to expect a siege. Man's gone completely mad. Better to put the men on watch inside the walls. More of those blasted rifts open every day. It was better when we still had the people for blood sacrifices. Unbound demons have emptied the castle, village, and surrounding countryside of everyone who's not sleeping in their armor. Now it's just wild demons everywhere. Oh, that does not sound good. Oh, thank goodness. Some potions. Nice. Oh, hey, look. Look at that fish right there. He does not look like he likes what's going on either. I wonder if he's like red lyrium poison too. His eyes all red. It could just be blood though. Regular old blood. Alright, then... Okay, seems like a good spot to go ahead and save up in case we get absolutely destroyed in combat here. Ahead or something. Torture chambers. That does not seem like a great idea.
The Elder One has taken all that is his, and will soon rule from his city.
That still doesn't make him a god.
Oh! There is no god but the Elder One! The Maker is dead! Say it!
Never. I'll die a good Andrastian before living a second as one of you.
Oh man. Too late to save her. My bad. Okay. Barrier up on all of us, you... Oh, come on. Oh, Solus, sorry. You are getting enough on. Sandra, frozen. Come on.
Find peace at the Maker's side.
Ooh, I got a nice dagger. Something for a Beric too. I got a nice dagger there. Leader of Souls. That's a cool name. Plus 20 damage versus living. Extra critical damage bonus and sunder on hit. Which one do I replace? I like the on hit 5% chance to apply poison. But I think the other one might be, well, because I already apply poison most of the time anyway, so I don't know that I really need the snake blade as much, so give me this Bleeder of Souls. Ooh. Looks cool. Now they kind of match now. They're kind of all matchy-matchy. Alright, let's see. Am I missing something? No. No, it's just highlighting stuff I've already looted, like it likes to do sometimes.
Tell me how Lavella knew of the sacrifice at the temple.
Never.
There's no use to this defiance, little bird. There's no one left for you to protect.
You're wasting your breath.
We're here to save you, Liliana.
You will break.
I will die first. Or you will. You're alive.
It'll be alright.
You're safe now.
Forget safe. If you came back from the dead, you need to do better than safe. You need to end this. Do you have weapons? Good. The Magister's probably in his chambers.
You aren't curious how we got here?
No.
Alexius sent us into the future. This, his victory, his Elder One, it was never meant to be.
I'm sorry for what happened.
I'm so sorry for everything you suffered.
We have to reverse his spell. If we can get back to our present time, we can prevent this future from ever happening.
And mages always wonder why people fear them. No one should have this power.
It's dangerous and unpredictable. Before the breach, nothing we did.
Enough. This is all pretend to you. Some future you hope will never exist. I suffered. The whole world suffered. It was real.
Yep. Alright, fair enough.
What happened while we were away?
Stop talking.
I'm just asking for information.
No, you're talking to fill silence. Nothing happened that you want to hear.
Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, this place pretty much speaks for itself. Lots of terrible shit happened.
We need to find Alexius. I'm sure he'll be in the nicer part of the castle, if there is one.
Alright, yes, I'm sure he will be. Ooh, are they getting up on my mages over there? Hold on. No, I think they're fine, but... Oh, it's a rift? And I disrupt it then? Well, we're waiting on the next phaser, I guess. Solus, give us all some Maria, please. Ooh, that was nice. see. Any other looty loot here? Alright, let's see.
The Magister needs more power for his rituals.
No! Don't hurt me, Linnea. You...
Nope.
This is madness. Alexius can't have wanted this.
Yeah, but he wanted to save his son, and he was willing to sacrifice everyone else to do it. Sacrifice the whole fucking world to do it, basically, seems like, huh? Oh, wow, this is cool looking. Fucked up, but also cool looking. Anyways, let's check this stuff. Is that another supply cache? Game, we're good, we got it. We didn't even use any potions here, because we... Awesome. We are... killing these bastards easily.
The breach hits!
Everywhere.
The Elder One and his Venatori. They are the ones who opened the breach.
Oh, okay. Not quite yet, okay. A little early on the draw with that destruction there, my bad. Oh yeah, these guys are easy compared to those, compared to the demons of those Phaedrus I was fighting in the hinterlands there, those level 12 ones. These guys are a piece of cake. Okay, who can bury us? Thorian, you do it. Hello? Did you? Hello? I guess maybe you did it. Clues are up. Thing is, without the mark, what all could Corypheus do exactly? He couldn't fully do what he intended, I imagine. Which I guess is part of the reason why everything is so fucked up. Alright, round 2. Are you guys... There you go. Why? You guys need to get yourselves in the barrier as well. We weren't that far away. You could have gotten yourselves set up. Oh well. As long as you guys stay far away, you'll be fine. I might need to disrupt this one. Not entirely sure. Oh, that was easy. These Fade Rifts are like nothing compared to the ones in the hinterlands now, man. Kinda some weird narrative distance going on there. But oh well. Ooh, ability damage by 30%. Solus, I have a wonderful ring for you to wear. Yes, definitely much better than that. Here. Take the ring and enjoy it. Okay, up so he goes. No loot from any of that, surprisingly enough. Onward. Further into the future so that we might yet reach back to the past and prevent it all from happening.
I am not a child. I can resist you. I am you.
Who's talking? I'm not sure. Alexius's journal. This appears to be Alexius' journal. This is the final entry. Nothing works. I have tried countless times to go back before the Conclave explosion, before Felix's caravan was attacked by Darkspawn, before the Venatori first arrived in Minrathous, without success. The breach is the wellspring that makes this magic possible, and travel outside of its timeline is impossible. The Elder Ones demand that I change the events of the Conclave can never be fulfilled. He may kill me for failing him, but I must protect Felix from his wrath. Yep, without the mark, he can't do what he wants to do. Though even if he had the mark, I don't know that he could really do fully what he wanted to do. Anyway. Oh. Who is that? Oh, it's Connor.
Connor! It was an act of courage. He knew there was no other way to resist. He resisted that demon to the last.
Poor Connor. Even in this time, he's getting fucked up by demons. Oh well. Spellbinder's Journal. With every failed time spell, the Magister grows a bit more paranoid. Or perhaps it's not paranoia, since the Elder One really will kill him for his failures. The distinction hardly matters. After the 10th failure, he began locking himself in the Great Hall during his waking hours. After the 20th, he had the foot soldiers excavate a shard doorway from parts unknown and painstakingly install it in the castle. Now his most trusted assistants can only see him if we all go at once together, which we must do twice a day to bring him his meals, as he never leaves that room at all. Shard doorway, eh? Interesting. Lots of shitty loot to sell. Let's see. Man, another supply cast. Jeez, I still don't need a game. Being a bit overzealous there. I chose hard for a reason. I am up for a bit of a challenge.
What became of Felix? Do you know?
Yes, I know.
And you're not going to tell me?
You'll find out soon enough.
Alright then, be all mysterious. If you wish. Okay, Oh. shit. Drink a drink, please, people. Ooh. Yes, Solus, make sure you drink. Who's harassing you? Who's harassing you? Is that... That's you guys are down here, right? Okay, we'll come help. Andra, I need you to get all of the aggro, please. Oh shit. Solus, don't die. I was just posting how we didn't need to use any potions, and now you guys are burning through them really fast. I do not like that, but okay. Ow! God, I couldn't get out of the way of the freaking thing fast enough. Oh my god. It's like a bunch of easy battles, and now all of a sudden this one's fucking us up. Mostly because the environment is just making it hard to get to all the enemies. Die. Now, is that just a warm-up? Oh my god, okay. Oh my god, stop going for Solus. Jeez. Dorian, I don't have any potions for you, so you're just gonna have to fucking deal. Jeez. You know what? Is there... No, there's not really a good target for the jar of bees right now. Just the sheer number of enemies is the problem right now. Okay, let me stealth and go disrupt here. That's probably the best thing I can do if I can. It's not giving me an option. I thought it was before, but now it's not giving me an option to disrupt, so never mind. Guess we will just kill if we can. There we go. This loot fell through the floor and I can't get it, so
Magister's
oh
grown
well.
paranoid. He's barricaded himself in there and will not come out.
Alright, is there any way for me to go back and get that supply cache? Oh, no, this is forward. So I actually need it now, man. I didn't need it at all before, and now I totally do need it. And I don't know that I can get it.
What in Andraste's name is that? Hold on to it. I want to look at it later.
Okay, we'll try to find some more. Oh, here we go. Yes. Thank you. Much obliged. Oh, there's another one over here. Maybe I should have saved that, I don't know. Yeah, I probably should have saved that. Oh well.
How much damage did Alexius' spell do?
Rifts tore apart all of southern Thedas, starting here. But whether that's his doing or the breach, who can say?
Let's see, oh, Masterwork Waveblade schematic. Sounds interesting. Full beans. Gosh, inventory's gonna fill up here before long. Okay, enemies up ahead somewhere. Not in here, though. Apparently. Oh gosh, supply cache is all over the place here.
They haven't noticed us yet. Good opportunity to look for higher ground.
Oh. I suppose. Though, higher ground doesn't really help me.
Kill the enchanter!
Okay, can you guys help out, please? Sandra, can you please grab all aggro? Thank you. This guy's a little closer to death. Let's go for him. Okay, you down. Oh. Shit, Dorian. Shit, and we're like in a little corner over here. Okay. Get you down. Sandra, you are not keeping aggro as well as I would like here. Take this one on. He's almost dead. Why are you fuck are you just standing there doing nothing? Hello? Hey, when they just get stuck like that. I don't know what causes it, basically. Solus! Fight! Come on, just a little bit more. There
Sorry
we go.
for interrupting your dinner.
Alright, get yourself back in gear here, Dorian. And we do need that supply cache over there. Holy shit. Drink. I will drink as well. And then we'll fill back up. Nice, okay. What is there to grab over here? Another shard. Okay, otherwise, anything up there? Something over on this door. Let me save real quick, because that was an annoying fight. For sure. Man, is that... I can't even get to that. It's like stuck behind stuff. Right? Oh, maybe I can just barely get to it, okay. Fair enough.
What happened here?
Find Alexius. That's all that matters.
Yeah, do our best. I'm just searching around for delirium shards. Alright, everyone. Let us get into formation. You do that, you... immolate that. You challenge that guy, and I will do my usual routine.
Try to take out that encounter quickly.
We'll try, Dorian. Let's see if we can take him out quickly here. Yes, thankfully. Oh, even though his spell still managed to kill me after the fact. That's annoying. Oh my god, there's so many enemies. Okay, too bad we don't have Vivian here with the lightning, man. This would be prime location for that. Oh my god! Get the... Okay, Sandra, you are... Oh my god, did we not have Warcry as preferred ability for you? I feel like... I thought we did, but I might need to check. Maybe I never set that for her, because I really need to do it. She's not Warcrying enough to keep the aggro, and it's very annoying. Okay, you guys are good. Let's go for the sucker. Sandra, keep up that aggro. Let's do this. Nice combos. Okay, get him! Kill him! Okay, nice. Now this guy. Bastards, die!
I could really go for some light reading.
Yeah, that was intense, wasn't it? Oof. But we made it. We made it through it. Now to find some more Lyrian shards. Oh gosh, our inventory is full. It's gonna be annoying as we go forward, for sure. Alright, on to next. It's hard to even remember where I've been. Where I haven't exactly, but I'll just keep on going, I suppose. Supposedly we've been that way, so we'll go this way. No, we missed something over here. Hold on. Oh, we can't go this way, huh? Okay. Fair enough. Did not mean to do that. Let's go this way then. I assume we need to find all the shards in order to get through the door to the throne room. That's what he meant by the shard door or whatever, I guess. We still haven't actually found the door itself quite yet, but I missed some loot. I guess I did. Oh no, it's the one that fell through the floor, right. So then it may mock me and taunt me forever. Let's see, where else is there to go? Oh, yep, here's the shard door.
Maker's breath, where did Alexius find this? How did he even move it here?
Can we open it?
Perhaps, but it looks quite strong. How desperate and paranoid must he be? His servants must have a way through. He has to eat. Let's look around.
Yep, we gotta find 2 more Lyrian shards. That is our current mission. Okay, stock up real quick while we get the chance. Pretty sure. Okay, looks like we need to go back inside. Is it showing? Over this way? Yes, okay.
Are they praying? Let's try to take them by surprise.
I just jumped, but I mean, going up top doesn't really do much for me, so let's just barrier it up, guys. Oh, and I forgot, I need to check. Do I have you? Yeah, I do have it preferred. I don't know why you're not using it more then. Weird. Weird, but oh well.
Block the stairs!
Okay, you need to generate some more threat, girly. Ooh. Oh, shit! Oh my god, who the hell just completely shredded our group there? Jeez. I think that's a reload time. You know what? Maybe I will take them by surprise this time.
Are they praying? Let's try to take them by surprise.
Oh, they saw us anyway. Okay. But we need to get that. Well, no, we have to get these guys out here now. Actually, okay, everyone.
Block the stairs!
Sandra, please try to maintain some aggro here. That would be very good. Okay, oh shit. Oh, fuck. Goodness. How did she just... I like that. Okay. Solus, I'm gonna need you to revive some people as soon as you get a chance. For now, though, we just gotta... No! Oh, God. Are you serious? Fuck off. Jeez. Okay, let's reload it again. We did better that time, but gosh. Asshole, man. Okay, let's set things up a little bit better this time, I'm thinking.
Pray. Let's try to take them by surprise.
Who the heck is hitting Solus that hard? Oh my god, Solus! It's the stupid dudes over there. Sandra, if you not... Just draw the fucking aggro! This now is not a time to freeze, Cassandra. Seriously. Drink a potion. I don't know where the spell dude went, but I'll deal with that in a moment. Okay, where the fuck did the spell guy go? He's the one that's really fucking us up. Where did he go? I don't know. I see the marksman over here. Dorian. Okay. Where the hell is this stupid spellbinder that keeps fucking everybody up? There you are. I am gonna throw a jar of bees at you, you piece of shit.
Doesn't look like the Elder One is interested in saving his followers.
Alright. Gosh, that was annoying. Okay. Jar of bees definitely helped out there, though. Thank you to Sarah for that one. She is here in spirit right now. For certainty. Alright, we do need to find ourselves another supply cache then as soon as possible. While we hunt for this last shard. Hopefully there's another one left we can make use of. Fuck you. Ooh, okay.
Let's head back to the main hall. I think I know how we'll open that door.
Sure, but just a moment. Studies on the Blight. Introduction of Blight to prisoners yields no discernible pattern. Disease progresses erratically, some subjects die within hours despite all efforts, others show no symptoms at all. Subjects may harbor some natural resistance, which makes isolation and testing a priority. A later entry follows. 6 more subjects died. Transfusions of blood from resistant prisoners slow the rate of corruption only slightly. Healthy flesh taken from live subjects and planted in the affected will often die even before corruption spreads to it. In cases where implantation is successful, blight corruption spreads across donor flesh faster than host flesh. Prisoner Leliana has been the most useful source of resistant blood and skin to date. Gross. Just gross. Okay, time for some bashing. Okay. Hopefully there's another supply cache I can find somewhere, because else we're gonna be screwed in the whatever further fights remain here. Oof. Where is this stuff? It's like hidden away from me. There's another door over here. Sandra to bash through. Okay, I don't think we care about any of this shit anyway. It's just more fodder to sell. Supply cache? No? Jeez. I need a supply cache, please. They were so plentiful when I didn't need them, and now I need them. They're like nowhere to be found again. Ugh. Jeez. Man, no supply caches, really? Shit, we're gonna have to deal with this. Well, let me save in case I end up needing to come back and try to find a supply cache desperately here, because, yeah. Decent chance of that here, it seems like. Let's see, how could you do all this?
Look at what you've done, Alexius. All this suffering. And for what?
For my country, for my son. But it means nothing now. I knew you would appear again. Not that it would be now, but I knew I hadn't destroyed you. My final failure.
Was it worth it? Everything you did to the world, to yourself.
It doesn't matter now. All we can do is wait for the end.
Can be undone.
It does matter. I will undo this.
How many times have I tried? The past cannot be undone. All that I fought for, all that I betrayed, and what have I wrought? Ruin and death, that is nothing else. The Elder One comes for me, for you, for us all. Felix.
That's Felix. Maker's breath, Alexius, what have you done?
He would have died, Dorian. I saved him. Please, don't hurt my son. I'll do anything you ask.
Give us the amulet.
Hand over the amulet and we let him go.
Let him go and I swear you'll get what you want.
I want the world back.
No. No!
Well, time to fight. Let's get it going.
Impossible! The Elder One will destroy us both! This will be my apology! Where are your assassins this time?
I am the assassin here, bitch. And I will kill you. Whatever it takes.
Dorian!
What did he say? I thought he said Solus there for a second. Maybe that was my imagination, though. Oh, it's a rift. Hold on, guys. I'll destruct it. There we go. So you seem to be having doing alright without that. We literally don't have any potions for this battle, which really fucking sucks. All those potions we ran across, and we have none for this battle, this boss battle here, jeez. Close it up. Shut up and give me the amulet and stop trying to fight me. If you're so content to give up, just give up to me. Ooh. Yeah, we have no potions for you, Dorian. I'm sorry. We couldn't find another supply cache, and we really desperately needed it, but I think we might be able to get through even without it. So far seems to be doing alright. What am I doing? I need to go behind. Behind! Sneaky son of a bitch, get back here! Put all you got into him, everyone! All you've got! Where'd he go? Shit. Man! Die already! There you go.
He wanted to die, didn't he? All those lies he told himself, the justifications. He lost Felix long ago. Didn't even notice. Oh, Alexius.
We can still help him.
This Alexius was too far gone. But the Alexius in our time might still be reasoned with.
I suppose that's true. This is the same amulet he used before. I think it's the same one we made in Minrathous. That's a relief. Give me an hour to work out the spell he used, and I should be able to reopen the rift.
An hour? That's impossible! You must go now! Elder One.
You cannot stay here. We'll hold the outer door. When they get past us, it'll be your turn.
Mintriel would rather not let him die, but it's what has to be done. There's clearly not another way. We'll do our best.
We'll make this count.
The only way we live is if this day never comes. Cast your spell. You have as much time as I have hours. Though darkness closes, I am shielded by flame. Andraste, guide me. Maker, take me to your side.
Hurry up, Dorian.
You move, and we all die!
You go, Leliana. Do it. Do it. We'll make sure this never happens.
You'll have to do better than that.
You must surrender.
Put aside all claim to Redcliffe and we let you live.
You won. There is no point extending this charade. Felix.
It's going to be all right, Father.
You'll die.
Everyone dies.
Well, I'm glad that's over with. Or not.
Grand Enchanter, imagine how surprised I was to learn you'd given Redcliffe Castle away to a Tevinter Magister.
King Alistair.
Especially since I'm fairly sure Redcliffe belongs to Arl Tegan.
Your Majesty, we never intended...
I know what you intended. I wanted to help you. But you've made it impossible.
Hey, Alistair.
You and your followers are no longer welcome in Ferelden.
But we have hundreds who need protection. Where will we go?
We could offer you protection.
The Inquisition might be willing to take in the mages.
And what are the terms of this arrangement?
Hopefully better than what Alexius gave you. The Inquisition is better than that, yes?
I suggest conscripting them. They've proven what they'll do given too much freedom.
They have lost all possible supporters. The Inquisition is their only remaining chance for freedom.
It seems we have little choice but to accept whatever you offer.
No, you're not our prisoners. You will be our allies. We will go forward and with allowing for some freedom. We will give you a full alliance, and we will give you a chance to prove yourselves worthy of that.
We would be honored to have you fight as allies at the Inquisition's side.
We'll discuss this later.
I'll pray that the rest of the Inquisition honors your promise then.
The breach threatens all of Thedas. We cannot afford to be divided now. We can't fight it without you. Any chance of success requires your full support.
I'd take that offer if I were you. One way or another, you're leaving my kingdom.
His voice is different, isn't it?
We accept. It would be madness.
I might be wrong, but it sounds like someone else is doing his voice.
I will gather my people and ready them for
Possibly.
the journey to Haven. The breach will be closed. You will not regret giving us this chance.
Or the voice actor is just really out of practice of doing it. It could be the case. Oh well. Alright, Alistair. Hopefully you find your wife and everything goes alright with that. In the meantime, an Inquisition. Well, actually, we've got a breach to close is the most imminent thing right now.
It's not a matter for debate. There will be abominations among the mages, and we must be prepared.
If we rescind the offer of an alliance, it makes the Inquisition appear incompetent at best, tyrannical at worst.
What were you thinking, turning mages loose with no oversight? The veil is torn open.
No, I did not lie to them. They deserve freedom.
They're not monsters. They're people, and they deserve the same respect as anyone else.
This is not about respect. Even the strongest mages can be overcome by demons in conditions like these. You were there, Seeker. Why didn't you intervene?
While I may not completely agree with the decision, I support it. The sole point of the Herald's mission was to gain the mage's aid, and that was accomplished.
The voice of pragmatism speaks. And here I was, just starting to enjoy the circular arguments.
Closing the breach is all that matters.
Yeah. The sooner the better.
The longer the breach is open, the more damage it does. We should head there as soon as possible.
Agreed.
We should look into the things you saw in this dark future. The assassination of Empress Celine. A demon army.
Sounds like something a Tevinter cult might do. Orlais falls, the Imperium rises. Chaos for everyone.
One battle at a time. It's going to take time to organize our troops and the mage recruits. Let's take this to the war room. Join us. None of this means anything without your mark, after all.
Of course. Trust me, Colin. It'll all turn out okay. I know you're not happy about the mages getting their freedom and everything, but, you know, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna figure it out. Figure out a better future for all of us. I'd be honored.
Thank you. I'd be honored to help with the plan.
Meet us there when you're ready.
I'll skip the War Council, but I would like to see this breach up close, if you don't mind.
Then you're staying?
Oh, didn't I mention? The South is so charming and rustic. I adore it to little pieces.
Oh, I love how it's like clarifies. I could be like, I don't want you here if I want to. Not on you. I'm glad you're staying. You want to stay?
I must admit I'm surprised.
We both saw what could happen. What this Elder One and his cult are trying to do. Not everything from Tevinter is terrible. Some of us have fought for eons against this sort of madness. It's my duty to stand with you. That future will not come to pass.
Well, and I'm glad you're staying.
There's no one I'd rather be stranded in time with, future or present.
Excellent choice. But let's not get stranded again anytime soon, yes?
Yes,
I'll begin preparations.
Let's
to
not,
march on the
please.
summit. Make her willing. The mages will be enough to grant us victory.
Alright, cool. Well, with that said, much as I would like to continue, I do need to take a pause here. But when I get back, we will go on with catching up with everybody, clearing our inventory, and closing the breach, and moving things forward. But for now, thank you for watching, and I will see you later.